what are some of the numbers? Bellinger has had a few years here and there in Major League Baseball that were really bad. Tucker has been okay, really good, amazing, maybe good. So when you get into the 9-figure deals that these guys want, everyone's going to argue that cheap Stearns, he should just do it anyway because of Cohen. I get that, but I was more thinking Bellinger for a couple of reasons. Maybe really good outfielder defensively, the old run prevention thing. The avenue to utilize first base was interesting, maybe pre-Polanco though, but so some of the versions of versatility with Bellinger made me happy. But now I'm just stuck with the rumors. Like, is either one going to get the 6-7 years? If the Yankees are reportedly putting in more than one offer, which sounds funny, like, well, who else has put in one, rather than the Yankees doing their second? Are they outbidding themselves? The Mets, are they a high AAV short-term deal team? I mean, it looks like it under Stearns, but I obviously would be happy with either one. My thought process, even prospect-wise, I do feel Carson Bench, the top-hitting prospect on the Mets, can handle center field. So if the end result is getting one of these 2 star bats and having Carson Bench take the other spot one way or the other, I'm happy. Does it need to be 3 years versus 5? Not my money, of course. I don't care. Let the fans agree. But I guess I do kind of prefer Bellinger, maybe for a couple of reasons.
Yeah, I like the fact that he played first because I keep mentioning on this show is that
I guess we'll get started without anybody.
Like Mark Vieta, I assume is going to get traded. We'll talk about him, but if he's not, he is not a.
This is just.
We've seen him play first.
It's just baseball crap. Got to listen to something. Oh, that was a cute puppy dog. All right. So, okay. Hiya, Karanova. Fast Eddie. Donna. Happy New Year to you guys, and welcome this afternoon. That was a pretty intense last 3 weeks or so, 4 weeks. Whenever the stock broke down from, roughly 40 cents, 44 cents, 42 cents, it's been pretty unpleasant and expensive for me in some ways, in many important ways, unrelated to the stock itself. But I think it's okay. One more day I can fix. All right. At some point, my Verizon's going to go out, and I won't be able to put it back on for many days, probably. And my payment for this system is overdue as well. So if I just sort of black out for a few days, it's not intentional. I'll come back on, but it's just, it's part of what all of us are going through. The new year gives us a chance to reset our goals, our time frames, and to rethink what we're doing in Railtown. And I think it's time to start looking at other things. The urgency that I perceived in Railtown um, from earlier this year, not just June. I would say April was when I started getting really kind of worried. Am I going to miss this thing? But you play chicken with your emotions. You play chicken with your ideas sometimes. And I waited and waited, and then I just didn't think. I mean, I did some Googling and searching in Canada, and I figured the longest it could take was 60 days before the AIP deal would close. So that was kind of beginning of April. So I played some of the other ideas that we all can't help but get a little breathless on when we hear incredible positivity day after day, and short story, and this or that. And when you talk to friends, they all, oh, this is, I that can affect me too. But by the time the beginning of June came, for me with Railtown, I just faced a choice. Am I going to be upset that I don't own it? I already owned some from a year ago. But am I going to be upset that I didn't emphasize and own as much of it as I can when this deal closes and when the other things start lining up in place? And I made the decision in June. Many of you may regret it, I guess, but that I would get out of, I forget what the positions were, get out of G-Bucks, get out of Nixie, get out of, I think I'd already gotten out of Next Trip, but that looks like that might have its day here. Get out of, maybe it was Finger, or maybe it was, I can't remember, 3 or 4 stocks, not huge positions. But I decided Thursday, June 5th, rather than just, because that was my original tickets I had written, was to at least get out of some, like a quarter of the positions, each of the positions, or a half, I forget my ratio. But I decided that morning, no. Why? If you believe it, you've got to make your commitment to it, because this is the company to be in, to try to make back, for me, significant losses following. I'm not personally picking on anybody, but following Ham's ideas, Benedetto's and Borders, which overlaps because they just take credit for people he's introduced them to, and some other people that are in the background, but there's a couple of guys on Twitter to follow, Small Cap, I forget his full name, Small Cap Advisor or something like that, and you'll see him pop up, and Patient Swings, and of course there's other, time to time you'll see the doctor's posts. But I got caught up in all of that, and you start believing in the story. But what happened to me about approximately February of last year, as I've told you before, I'm I think these single, and I have forever, I think the single most important investment any of you can make is silver. We missed that run. It's not over, but silver has more than one component to it. One is physical silver, and we can discuss all that again, but not right at this opening. Two is the miners, and then three is what is it going to do to the system? Does it lead the collapse or does it rise during the collapse? And there's different views on all that. But for me, I used to have a position in silver. Of course, I used to own my house, and I had an account which was destroyed in recent times by Finger and Logic and Data Logic and GTII and I was in and out of COSM. That was something Ham told me. He said, if you don't get out of that stock, I'm not talking to you again. Which one can assess that threat, but I got out because he said, look, that's a Greek guy that knows how to manipulate markets overseas. You've got the shorts in there, and I don't remember all of his reasoning. He's pretty quick. He's got a mind and a presentation of someone that has to get the words out in 5 seconds or less. But I kind of remember him also pointing out that, they're going to take that right back down. But I don't think I lost anything there. I lost money, as many of you have in MMTLP. So this chasing of short squeezes, for me personally, I found it not only non-profitable, I found it immensely destructive to what remaining resources I had left. I am thankful for what I learned because I think it'll put me in a position to make wise decisions should I ever get something else off the ground. But it's hard to make money back that you lose. You lose, whatever, pick a number. You lose 200 grand. In my case, it was more than that, by a lot. But if you lose 200 grand and it goes down to, a bunch of entries in your account and stocks that you're hoping that are going to go back, the arithmetic doesn't work. Finger down from $9 or $6 to $1. I don't care how good the story is. The mistake was doing a deal with a pretend financial group led by Jeff Easton, a front for 4 hedge funds, including probably the Toad, the Anson funds. And whether the exact number of fully diluted shares is now knowable, it's because it wasn't for a good while, and because there's at least one, if not more than one, hedge fund committed to the destruction of Finger, because they did sign the toxic convertible note. They did put the structures in place for an avalanche of onslaught. And I don't know, I'm trying to do arithmetic in my head. Call it 100,000. If you bought the stock at $10, and obviously none of us did, and it comes down to $1, you're down 90%. So 100,000 comes down to 10 grand. Your account's gone from 100 to 10 grand. You're down 90 grand. Well, you sit like a bump on a forehead, thinking, oh, it's going to squeeze, it's going to come back. Yeah, but just look at the arithmetic. Just pretend it's a new position. If you have 10 grand, to get 10 grand back to 100, that's 10x. I guess that's, you would call that 1,000% that you have to have in performance, and you expect it, not you, I'm not talking to any one person. One, the hopeful investor sits thinking, oh, I can make that back. I'll make 1,000% just by listening to breathless conference calls and watching William go down to the SEC and stand in front of a truck belching out diesel fuel that no one cares about. It's not, it just is not in the realm of probability. It's possible, it's not probable. So for me, that's what I was looking at, and my numbers were significant, much higher than 100 or 200 grand. But diversifying into a portfolio of doggy dogs, cats, smelly goats, pigs, and rats, and every other manure creator on in a farm, you still have a hand of crap. You don't have any special thing, and there's no safety in it. There's no safety in it. What frustrates me, and the reason I get so upset, and I get judged on it, I'm sure I get judged on being upset, is people think they're dealing with gentlemen. It's all men. They hire some women to come into the spaces and giggle and laugh and join in. But this is a man's enterprise. It's taken them, and them is probably a moving target, but whoever the masterminds were, they may have stumbled into it or intended it or both, but they're certainly abusing it. And without going back through the whole explanation, the critical thing to understand is it's all computers, and they can read headlines, but they read the trading patterns. It's algorithmic computer trading. It's program trading. Computers sell programs that they have limits on in the New York Stock Exchange and Worldwide Stock Exchange. In times they have safety, what do you call them? Circuit breakers in times of crisis. But what this group of attorneys and the attorneys pretend to be on your side. They're not. They're just getting paid. It's just a gravy train. They have the regulators. They have the, they split the banks into kind of safe retail product banks and managed money banks, and they put the prime brokers out in a separate entity. I don't know where they put the stock loan desk because they're using the ETFs and the pools of stock that are in managed money and products and client accounts in the one bank. They're using it to facilitate the trading. So I don't know how it's structured, but the stocks, so-called stocks, don't exist in your account. They've created a fractional reserve security system. You don't own. Just like if you go down to Bank of Hawaii, I not Bank of Hawaii. Everybody think I Bank Hawaii. You go down to the Bank of Hawaii, and you put in $1 million. If you go back the next week, and they've had a bad, they've had, they do. They lend it out 10-1, maybe higher. I would suspect currently that in this greedy financial market, the banks are out there at long-term management levels. That the lending and the exposure and the derivatives and the expansion of your deposits could be 100-1 or more. The system is massively leveraged. It's a con job. We all believe in it because we get statements and it's black and white. But your money's not even there. They limit what you can take out, $300 in cash, $500, $800. And that's usually good enough because everything goes by card now. Everything's electronic. Anyway, that's the fractional reserve banking system. They've turned the stock market, the what you play in, into a fractional reserve stock market. And I actually think, how many cards are in a deck? I guess there's 52. So let's just say it's 25-1. You put 2 cards up into the DDC as your stock, and then there's a whole stack of what we've started calling counterfeits, what we call phantom shares, but what Wall Street calls manna from heaven. This is how they turn all the Treasury printing and all the Fed printing into their own wealth. From Ken Griffin to Fink, Black, and the rest of them. I can't think of who runs Goldman Sachs now. Yet we still go into that thinking we can win. You're hoping your 2 shares can go up, and there's 50 shares pressuring it downward. Now, they have many ways to do it. I mean, our limited understanding is, they're just selling. No, they're using high frequency, which means nanosecond, quicker than you can blink an eye, quicker than a cat's swipe quicker than anything you can conceive. They have computers designed to skim profits off of New York Stock Exchange stocks. They turn that firepower on in the over-the-counter markets and the NASDAQ markets. Both of them are a joke. NASDAQ's run by a jokester, Adina Friedman, totally unqualified. And the over-the-counter is run by a jokester, a milquetoast named Crawwell. He doesn't know what he's doing. But they're there to make sure that this enormously profitable game, casino, steal, can continue. And it's gone on now. It always existed somewhat, but I think the breakthrough that I learned about in February by my subscription to David Morgan's monthly excellent piece. He is Mr. Silver, and I followed him for a long time. He, I think it was in February, and I've read it to you so many times. He quoted a book I've since read many times. It's not very long. The Great Taking by David Rogers Webb. The Great Taking. You can get a copy of it. You can download a copy of it for free. But under Bill Clinton, everything changed. It was slowly. It's incremental, so you don't see it. Always moving toward the goal. Always moving toward the goal. Never quitting. Argue, angry, polite. You get mad at them, you sue them, you try to go around them, but they're always there, always ready to move their agenda forward. And they did. They succeeded under Bill Clinton in turning stocks into securities entitlements. What is that? What's a security entitlement? Well, it sounds good. It's an entitlement. And it's secure. No, it's you have a claim, an unsecured claim on your own stock as a percentage, not of the portfolio, not of the blob, the pool of stock up at the DTC that represent the existing shares. You get you don't have a percentage of that. You don't have a percentage of that. You have a percentage of whatever Wall Street has exploded those shares outstanding to in the systems. Not the company's outstanding shares, not the company's fully diluted numbers. How many shares have the trading desks and the prime brokers and the so-called market makers who don't exist? They just use that name to get through to Rig Show. That was kind of George Bush / Obama, but primarily George Bush. So if there's a pool of certificates of shares at the DTCC, I mean, in the case of Finger, if you believe Ham's numbers, and I'm not criticizing them, I'm not saying they're valid, I'm not saying they're invalid, but he knows that story, boy. I think last time I looked, Finger Motion had what, 100 and, let's look at Yahoo. Just use whatever they say. Just trying to find out how many shares are outstanding. It's not a big number. 61 million shares. And that's to the credit of the company and management and Ham's hard work. He found somebody to come in and buy out the Lynn Partners deal. And I think West Christian helped a bit. And, so people fight it. But is it, as the former CEO of Legg Mason said to me over in October, you really should find something else to do with your life. To fight the short sellers, you got to get really down in with some really bad people, and you can't beat them. He said you can't beat them. Well, if there's 60 million, 70 million, whatever I just said, 60 some million shares of Finger, that the company, and I'm not picking on Finger, it's just a story we all know, that the company has fully diluted in shares. Well, because of what Jeff Easton did several years ago, the Anson funds and other groups may have sold into existence in people's accounts 250 million, 300 million. I've heard 400 million. I've heard big numbers. I don't know. You can't prove it. That's how the other side says, you can't prove it. But the evidence is there in the price. Those shares come out in high frequency trades. It's like Ionic did to Logic, Ionic Ventures. They'll sell stock that doesn't exist right out of the gate, and then they buy it back. And they're using buddies, they're colluding. But it's all high speed, high frequency. It's beyond. I'm sure it's only a selective group of programmers couldn't really figure out how they set up their trading patterns. But it's all patterned, and that's why these endless number, mostly men, come out with, they love to trade using charts, and they'll tell you Fibonacci that, or they talk so smart, they brag here, they threaten here. They know that the computers can walk down using just a few thousand shares that we see. They can walk down the whole complex to 25 cents and take Brandon's buddy's stock. And so today the stock is 25.28 to 26.4, 25.96. And so I guess they're going to get it to 25. Well, that's what we know. We know this happens. And it's my argument that we shouldn't be in any of these stocks for that reason. But what Wall Street and what other bashers, and bashers come in the form of gentlemen, they come in the form of jerks and everything in between. But they have one goal: to get you to think, in this case, that Railtown's just like all those other stocks. And they've had their way with it because of this prolonged, I'm not allowed to use the only word I would use with my friends. They wouldn't Google it and challenge me that somehow I'm misusing it, which I am. But the technically the gentleman that called me out is correct. However, what do you call this period? I guess the one I liked, the blackout period. This blackout period on meaningful news, and therefore the legal mandate that, and in many cases, documents were signed, that anyone close to the company who is in possession of material non-public information can't buy the stock. Of course, that brings up a corollary. If it's so good, they'd be cheating. Well, you see that with momentum players, but I've told you Railtown's not a hot stock. It's not a momentum playing stock. If you want to day trade with these guys, go do the other ones. The thing you have to recognize is they are stealing candy from children. They are shooting fish in a barrel. They're bobbing for apples in a bucket with no water using a sharp fork. Everything's on their side in it. And Wall Street is not going to change it. Attorneys are not going to change it. Attorneys see large class action suits. Guys like Wes Christian, he can become a billionaire, and I think he's got his heart in the right place. But they're not going to change anything. So they can walk a whole complex, the whole market cap of a company down simply by, like Ionic Ventures did when Logic was $3 Canadian. They use high frequency trading, selling stock they don't own, buying it back amongst different accounts or with friends, but and they use the dark pool. And I don't know the whole system of what the computers have there. But if at the end of the day, they can, with the help of a lying attorney or two, if they can argue that they just settle up, they true up the transactions. If there's a short, if it's long, whatever, as long as they can say that they traded, I forget the term, in a long direction, hey, do it again. Because everyone loves the commissions and everyone loves the fees. And no stock can withstand it. No one can withstand it. Even Tesla, when everyone found out that he was sleeping with Amber Heard, it crashed. Or was that the reason? Whatever the reason was, the stock comes down. He can't fight it in the middle of those changes in herd direction. But the difference is Tesla has research analysts. It has some heft. It has some strength to absorb the blows. It has trading desks. It has reinvestment of capital, retirement funds, so that people, there are bulls, there are people that know the story who are willing to buy. There's nobody that knows any of these stories. Any of them. Any of them, including one of the successful ones is Energy Vault. But guys, it's worked. I'm not trashing it. But man, what a highly competitive, highly fractured market based on government subsidies on a technology that I guess someone needs, but there's plenty of these. I'm not saying it won't work, but to trade it up as if it's the next big thing is probably, and it may be, you never know, but it's probably not the way to look at it, although it had a good year last year. But there's no real analyst looking at it. There's no institutional buyers. There's no buyers who really understand it. Obviously, insiders do. But oftentimes the insiders are so naive, management is so naive, they listen to the attorneys, they listen to the so-called financial advisors to the corporations, they listen to the board, they're all in on it. You don't know for sure, but it looks like with, for example, Collective Audience, that even the CEO and the board were in on that scam. But either that or they just don't know what the hell they're doing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't want to fight it anymore because they win when you get caught in the debate. The only answer is to stop trading stocks on the over-the-counter in the NASDAQ market. Oh, the NASDAQ's great. Well, look it up. Why is the NASDAQ great? Apple still trades there. Microsoft still trades there. NVIDIA still trades there. But she delists probably, I mean, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out that she delists as many, or threatens to delist as many companies as upgrade to the NASDAQ. She is taking advantage of past glories to help Wall Street steal from CEOs, shareholders, and investors' entire market caps of companies. She doesn't care. As long as she's one of the most powerful. As long as she's one of the most powerful women on Wall Street, as if that means anything. In and of itself. So they bring in these highly sophisticated computerized trading, and they punish stocks that have no defense. But what do they need? They need you and me. Otherwise, it's just computers like a fax machine pinging for a phone that doesn't get answered on the other end. They just don't engage. And CEOs tend to be polite to the men that call them. Because they don't see this threat. CEOs list on the over-the-counter because that's how you raise money. They move up to NASDAQ because, wow, we finally made it. But it's all a con job. It's all a con job. So I don't know your defense against it. Keep listening to the same people? I mean, apparently Next Trip, for example, guys that I trust and are honest, I mean, Next Trip could go to $10 and maybe one guy is saying it could do 10x, I guess, soon or this year. But that's also a highly competitive space. But you remember things like Priceline and these kind of companies doing well. They bought a software model, but all software, as we'll finally get to some of this, all software is going to be replaced with AI. I mean, that's so simplistic. That's not exactly, that's using one sentence to describe a multifaceted, gigantic molting of the previous software from the 1980s all the way until today. So you take it all for granted when you scan something at the supermarket, or you drive your car with that radar thing, that satellite radar, or you use your phone, or you book a hotel using Red Hat or whatever it's called, or you organize a trip on Expedia, or you do a Zoom call. It's all, for lack of a better word, legacy software. That's not the correct word either. We're going into something that they're just creating vocabulary for. And I'm way behind. I'm the last person to understand all the terms. But all of it has to be replaced, augmented, or upgraded. All of it. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be critical at all. I think NextTrip has a good chance of something happening soon. If you want to go find something, even the January effect probably will occur with NextTrip. They go from $3 to 12 or something. But how much it's going to cost to keep up? Other people can create similar software. I don't know that for a fact in the case of NextTrip. But these are the kind of questions you have to have across the whole space is, can they keep up? And I'm sure they can. In the case of NextTrip. This stock is 25.41 to 26.65. The low on the day it shows is 26, which isn't accurate. All I can think is they rounded up. It's probably 26 something, but 25 something, like 0.2551 or something. There it is, 0.2588. 0.2548 anyway, they round it up and come up with a low of 26. But I think this is an opportunity today for the intrepid investor to buy. And I'm going to try to give you my reasons again. And if you own it in your regular account, maybe, and I don't think you can take advantage, but you might. You'd have to check with an accountant, create tax losses. But you could, at these relatively low prices, you can move. There'll be friction. I mean, if you sell it at 25 cents and buy it back at 27 cents, that's not what will happen. But you can move some of your positions into your retirement accounts if you want to, if you have room to make a contribution for this year's retirement account. I don't think Railtown per se fits the category of a retirement investment. However, if it's part of your overall retirement strategy, if you own your home, it's paid off. If you have ample liquidity to cover 6 months or 9 months, whatever your comfort zone is, if you have income, being able to buy something in a tax deferred umbrella might make sense. I believe Railtown is a 6-month story, but that doesn't mean you should hesitate. It could be much sooner, and we'll talk about that. But I just want to make sure I finished on the first point I get criticized about a lot, is why would you put everything on Railtown, and why were you early? Well, number one, no one's going to pick the bottom. Number two, clearly, I did not have access to material inside information, at least none that I can see had any impact one way or the other. In fact, I probably, if I had known the one piece of material inside information to know, was they were doing this massive deal with TELUS, and just by doing that deal, it was going to cause a blackout that could extend until the next baseball season, or at least through the Canadian curling finals to be held at the end of January in an exciting city somewhere in the Great North. I didn't know that. I didn't know that this TELUS tie-up, or whatever you want to call it, was going to put a blockade on any buying from people that know. That's what's missing here. Just like in all the other stocks, there's no research, there's no trading desks, there's no institutional buying, there's no family office buying, there's no buying by insiders, there's no buying by retail up in Canada or institutions in Canada. There just isn't. So that high frequency trading, that collusion, they can walk the price down, and it does not matter where you start. They can walk it down from any point because there's no buying. There's no enforcement of securities laws. You know all that. It's so boring. So intelligent investors should go, why the hell even be in a stock that is on the over-the-counter, the junior markets in Canada, or on the NASDAQ? And that makes sense to me. And in fact, when Railtown was first presented to it, that's how I reacted to it. To me, that presented to me. That's how I reacted. That sounds good. But the reason we're all here, many of you because you had the whiff of how fun, how exciting it can be to be in AME or GMC, or all that group excitement over MMTLP. And wow, the whoosh in November of, I guess now 2.5 years ago, the whoosh upward, October maybe, Finger and GTII, that was a exhilarating feeling too. But they're not as scared of that. They can walk all of that down. They can take all that money. As you saw, they label it meme stocks. They put out articles that shorting is a cleansing and it keeps CEOs from stealing people's money. That goofball that put on a pair of shorts for Nixie, he was recruiter.com. He was the CEO forever. He walked away with $2.5, $3 million. He must have thought he had died and gone to heaven. But he didn't know what he was talking about. No one does, unless they're willing to be a jerk or an arse like me. Everyone hates me. But they're all devils. They come at you, they look like, oh, I'm just being reasonable. You can't get upset with me for just asking the questions, just trying to have a conversation. To the ones that come in and hammer and say, call me a criminal. Which if you could see their name, that them's fighting words. Those are litigation words. But this is where we are with Railtown. And the question is, well, why should I even stay in it? It is buffeted by the same criminality. And I actually think the computers got out ahead of their skis in the case of Railtown in the over-the-counter market. They continue to do it. They don't have emotions. And the people doing it are nimble enough. They'll stop it as soon as if the stock snaps back upward. But until then, let's make hay. Let's make hay. And they do it in every stock. So they keep the pressure on. But I think in the case of Railtown, it's at least plausible that what we call shorts, look, it's the wrong word. This is a European, North American, Caribbean, Panama. This is an international, and New York, Miami, Toronto, I guess, but this is organized by a criminal claque of counterfeiters, if you want to call it that, but it's computerized selling, and everybody tries to apply what they learned in business school, what they learned on Wall Street in the 80s, that they've been trading for 30 years. And yes, the patterns are there because the computers trade against those patterns. They created themselves. And then people, oh, you got to sell. And you can make money if you are a day trader. But only you can ask yourself, if you want to sit in front of a computer for 6.5 hours, maybe 10 hours a day, or you just isolate the day to the opening 45 minutes and the closing 45 minutes, or, an hour or two, whatever you decide to do. I think very few of us have the computers, because a lot of the processing of information is instantaneous to the human brain. I just don't think we have the capacity to fight it. Anyway, I think Railtown is down because it has I think Railtown is down because since February 8th, but also since sometime unknown, perhaps before February 8th, but certainly later than February 8th started a blackout. I don't know what else to call it, because of AIP. But at some time we don't know, a parallel, I think preeminent, even more important blackout period started because of negotiations and then finally an agreement with TELUS, depending on who you listen to, Canada's largest internet provider. And you should know, in Canada, you have to use Canadian internet providers. I think they may be in the top 3. But they're big. A $30 billion telecom company. TELUS is a company who is striving to be the largest provider of data center computational power, for this AI explosion ahead. They want to be it. And to that effect, TELUS established and opened their first sovereign AI data center somewhere around May. They're running the state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips. They've got the stacks in there, the copper and silver, I guess, and the hydropower, and it's all been permitted, land purchased. I assume it's purchased or it's leased, but it's all been built, and they opened it. Maybe in May. Who knows when they agreed the deal with TELUS, with Railtown. But we do have evidence that a deal was agreed by an October 8th, to my memory, on or around October 8th. Railtown and TELUS made a joint announcement, which seemed to come from Railtown's offices, stating that partnership, but with very light on details because of the blackout. I don't know what to call it. The conference call for earnings for TELUS held, I think, in November. You can Google it. And there's a transcript out there, which I've shown you many times. Darren Entwistle, the CEO of TELUS, stated that the data center had customers and partners, and he listed, I don't have it in front of me, but he listed several names, including Railtown. He went on to describe, he used the word revenues, to my memory, a word something like revenues from AI-enabled services. Well, what are, and I should caution here, as information comes out, you know, you change your views, but right now we just have to go with what we have. And what is the AI-enabled technology that TELUS is offering? They don't have any skills in software. They're not a software developer company. They're not an AI company. What are they? They, in that tired, hackneyed example, they are the company who provides the blue jeans, the mules, the picks, the buckets, the sifters to the miners who go up in them thar hills to find the gold. They don't make their money finding the gold. They provide, I suppose you could call it the utility, the utilities. TELUS has, I think, bet their future, and it's interesting, the senior management are buying TELUS shares. TELUS is down over the last year, but that's a company that, because it's a higher price, it's $30 billion, because they do have knowledgeable investors that study everything about it. And you've got a dozen research companies following it, bearish and bullish. There is price discovery. Stock goes down, but now the top people are buying shares of TELUS. Why? I think they've made the bet, the commitment, and it's not a gamble. I think it's a well-reasoned, well-studied decision to provide this AI-enabling technology or tools to Canada. But what are they? It's the data centers. That's my opinion. We'll find out. But it's the data centers. They have built one, which they've opened. There's a second, which I think, if I read the thing correctly, is to be opened in February. So they're going to have two around, in and around. One's in Who's Your Mooski, and the other one I forget. Where it's probably in Where's Your Mooski. And then they have two more. They're not starting this like when I read about Bell Canada. They're going to build. Or Microsoft, who owns a bunch of data centers, but they're also going to build. Here in Virginia, there are data centers built, but there are data centers in the process of being built. TELUS has built the data center in Wimouski with a second to follow right away, using the best of NVIDIA's semiconductor chips. I don't know if that's what they're still called. And that data center can go from 0 to 160 miles per hour overnight. They can scale massively as soon as they start marketing their services, as soon as they turn on the switches. But they've been running it, from what I can understand, it's in the news. They've got 3 customers using it. One's a health company, one's somebody or other. I can't remember the names right now, but there's 3 of them. So they're running it through its paces. And I think they're ready to go. I think they're ready to go. They can control the marketing to their own customers. They're either the biggest or one of the top 3 providers of telecom and internet services in Canada. Canada is an economy the size of California. It's just as blue and wacko as California, but it's got the education, the knowledge, the commitment, and California does too, but Canada has enormous energy reserves. Do you see a pattern in what Donald Trump wants in the world? He wants Venezuela, the world's largest oil reserves, which our refineries in Texas are built to process, to refine. There's another word, crack, I guess. But he wants Canada to be our 51st state because they come in with a similar crappy oil reserves, but there's just so much of it. Tar-like. Then he wants Greenland, but Greenland, I don't know if they may have oil, but it's the Arctic. It's all the Arctic, potential Arctic oil reserves. It's all about energy. Always has been. That's what, my opinion, created slavery back in the Egyptian times, Roman times. The only way to live large is to be able to consume a lot of energy for yourself. Anyway, TELUS, using the abundant and cheap hydropower and other energies out of Canada, using the state of the art NVIDIA chips, which I think they've doubled up on. That one data center, it is my understanding, not only can ramp up like a sumbitch, it can handle all of the capacity necessary to move all of Canada's business to an AI-enabled data center. It can handle it all. So I think the tool, the AI enabling that Darren Entwistle is talking about, is his data centers. That is an assumption on my part. Maybe he's secretly purchased Windrift. I don't know. It's a blackout. but we'll find out. But remember, Darren Entwistle in the third quarter conference call made a projection that by 2028, revenues from this AI-enabled ability that TELUS has will grow from 800 million to 2 billion. 800 million to 2 billion. Well, I could be wrong because it is still a blackout. But going with the evidence that is there, it seems like Darren Entwistle knows his customers. Darren Entwistle knows his revenue streams. Darren Entwistle knows the capacity of his data center. Darren Entwistle, like the rest of us, is guessing somewhat, but understands the enormity of the demand for AI going forward. There's, like any change, there's things to navigate. But by the time it's all sorted, not sordid, sorted, the money-making opportunity is gone. The opportunity to make money is to try to take information you have and predict the future. Now, there's one gentleman who I classify with the whole game, who has decided to measure his performance as if the race has been run and I'm wrong, he's right, and now's the time to buy. I'll show you. He may have taken it down by now, but I have a copy of it. He bought Railtown at 48 cents. 48 cents. This self-congratulation rubs me the wrong way. I think you've got to understand the goal. The goal is to get you to think of Railtown as if it's one of these other stocks. The goal is that you've got to put these trite bumper sticker sayings to work, and then you can feel comfortable. And if you lose, well, at least you're part of the herd of zebras. You're not the one that got eaten by the crocodile. But on the other hand, you're not the 5 that got across the Nile. Well, maybe the whole herd got across. It's hard to make an analogy. But you're in the crowd. And if you lose, hey, you lost it with everybody else. You can be mediocre. I don't want you to be mediocre in this investment. It's not to say it should be your only thing in life. They always have. Now it's 42,500 for sale at 26.4. It never goes away. They never run out of stock for sale. Yet, people will tell me the stock price is where it should be. Or they will relate to me that the stock is telling you something. The stock price is telling you something. Oh, for the days that you could look at stock prices in the over-the-counter market and the NASDAQ and have that reaction. The entirety of the North American junior markets have been destroyed by regulatory ambivalence and collusion. attorneys colluding and Wall Street benefiting. So anyway, TELUS has made huge investments in data centers, but they're ready to go. There's no waiting. And these things have been announced. The data center that's ready to go already has its NVIDIA chips. Other data centers in the world may not get those for 6 months, 2 years, longer. So why the blackout? Well, I think NVIDIA, and maybe it's Railtown's job, but I think it's NVIDIA's job, they need to tell us what the deal is. And they need to do it probably pretty soon. But until then, all of the buyers, like the Tesla people that are buying, or the insiders that are buying at TELUS right now, they have the information, they can buy TELUS. And by the way, they've already projected what revenues will be from their data center. Well, I think it's from their data center. As we get to know things, we'll change our opinion. But they already did that, so they can buy. There's no reason they can't buy. But they're a big company. They're a $30 billion company. Railtown, as you know, according to Yahoo, is, with like a $39 million market cap. According here to, I guess, Friday's close, the E-Trade app, the Morgan Stanley app, they give it a 53 million something market cap. But anyway, this is a big deal to Railtown. It's not as big a deal, maybe, to the stock price in the short run, to Railtown. But make no mistake about it, I think they're buying the shares because they know the revenue that's coming. And this isn't poaching revenue, existing revenue. Their clients are spending at other data centers, although they'll be moving over. This is a whole new brave world of revenue. Imagine if every app that you use every day, every application of software, from email to storing of photographs, to playing music, to checking out babes on OnlyFans, I don't know, whatever you do. All of it has to be replaced by AI or massively upgraded or augmented by AI. How big is that? It's big. It's not millions or hundreds of millions or billions or hundreds of billions. It's trillions. And it not only, the question is, well, what if they don't spend it? How are they going to do it? What if they don't do it? I think that misses the point. That old question, it's not a question of if, but of when. I think both questions have already been answered. It is happening, and it's happening now, worldwide. And you can't stop it. You just don't understand it. I don't understand it either. I'm not talking down to you. But it's happening. Just like the PC revolution, if you call that a revolution, happened. Just like the internet revolution happened. Just like the cloud. Just like the Palm phone. That guy walked around with that balsa in his pocket for 3 or 4 or 5 years. He was early. But he had the foresight of a whole industry. iPhone and iPad. And then you're going to have this other thing that's coming at you like a freight train. China's already doing it. Japan's already done it. I'm sure Russia has moved ahead. They have the money. But robotics are coming. Self-driving cars, flying cars, drones, war using mechanical dogs, and RoboCop-like robots. Like any revolution, it may be led by sex. People around the world may find that robotic companionship is easier to deal with. They don't nag. Who knows? Maids, vacuums. That's happening now too. Robotics is happening now. And what do all these changes need? They need data centers that have massive compute power. So what if I understand the AI and the internet? I mean, AI, I think it's a broad term, and I think there's been computers doing so-called thinking and so-called intelligence for a long, long time. I mean, I remember, was it Bobby Fischer who played Big Blue, IBM Big Blue? And I think he lost one game, went to a draw, and then gave up on the second game. I don't remember. But the point is, there's been data processing at high speed, problem solving by just ramming a lot of data through formulas for a long time. But I guess the cloud and the advances in computer speed and storage and data centers over the last few years, many years, I guess, a lot of it's been about collecting all of the data, all of the information. What's going on now is giving that IBM supercomputer, Blue was it called, to everyone. It's making AI compute power available, that gigantic computer available to everyone. And it's turning all that data, memory banks basically, into useful things like self-driving taxi cabs. I don't know why they rip up the streetcars. It seems much more logical to build a citywide, on the ground fixed system and just put cars there, individual cars, but whatever. So what's going on now, because of NVIDIA, because of the data center builds, and because of software engineers, we're taking all of that data and we're turning it into real-time uses like robotics, and I'm sure there's going to be other things. I mean, one use that will come very quickly is, imagine if you could go into a doctor's office and the doctor could scan you somehow, and she could take that information, maybe it's blood, maybe it's something else. She could take that information, put it up into an AI data center, a cloud, and say, all right, if we use allopurinol, is the gout going to go away? Or what if we change the diet and we no longer drink black and tan beer, or we no longer eat crabs? Anyway, you put the variables up with the AI and they process it, and you don't have to be your own guinea pig. The AI does it using the data of your own body. They can find out what the correct drug and diet regime is so you can live another 10 years. That's coming. It's going to be massive. This isn't not coming. It's happening now. I don't care how many gentlemanly people who put out on X, well, I'm just being reasonable and just asking questions. And sure, all along, my cautions were the right way to be. Really? You bought it at 48 cents. And then you implied in your post against me that the stock's down from 69 cents. Very few people paid 69 cents. It's misrepresentation, but it's all of a piece. And frankly, if he's not doing it cooperatively and being paid for it, he just doesn't get it. Either way, it's like arguing with a brick wall, and you don't have time for it anymore. They want you to see Railtown as just another one of these hapless, helpless, harried stocks. I wanted to say hopeless. So that when you look at it, you don't learn it. You don't have in your mind what the comparables are worth, what the enormity of the addressable market is. You don't have anything of that in your mind. You just have trite things like you should diversify. I do my own due diligence. You should do yours. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? You can't listen to it. And then every day, the stock's down a penny every bloody day. But I don't know, it's only really down, if it's really down a penny every day, going from 70 cents to 25 cents, it should be done with that in about a month and a half. They've stretched this being down a penny a day for 6 months because they always make the screen red. And they want you to think this is just like any other stock. And by the way, the company, it's really cheap. You can buy this stock at 26.4 right now. 26.4. And if you put it in at 26.4, they do it in between. Because whoever's selling doesn't really want to sell stock. That's how you know it's manipulated. The seller's there every single day with 50,000 shares for sale at the ask, and they never sell it. Ever. And no one seems to be able to buy it. Why? Because in the over-the-counter market, it's being manipulated. I don't know what's happening up in Canada, but it's going to end down a penny and a half today. Anyway, these guys want you to see the stock as just the same as the rest of them. Well, you've got this huge company, TELUS, who's already spent, I don't know the number, 5, 10s, 20s of billions of dollars in the Canadian sovereign AI strategy. And they have the data center, the only one as far as I know, ready to go in Canada, and it's imminent. It's imminent. It could be tomorrow. On the other hand, it could be Easter. We don't know for sure. But it's imminent. They're going to turn it on. They're going to direct their customers, their own customers, to this state-of-the-art AI. What company is not going to move? Now, I'd rather stay with yesterday's software. It doesn't make sense. Everybody's going to move. At least a big chunk of it, a big swath of it's going to move. And it's addressing new revenue. I'll try to show you. Ward Richardson sent me something that summarizes what I'm trying to say and have tried to say. So anyway, what's going to come for Railtown, I think, like I say, imminently, but I don't know. I would guess since it's Canada, it might be during mud season. Maybe it's after the curling championships at the end of January. But I have a feeling we're going to have to gut it out through January before, but I don't know. It could come anytime. But, you know, it kind of feels like February, March, maybe, I don't know about April. It feels like TELUS wants to get going, and it's a first quarter thing. So the safest bet is just to pick a midpoint, and that's February, middle of February. What do I think will happen then? I think TELUS will announce to the world, who's your Mooski data center is open for business, and then TELUS will send out to, or make phone calls. Maybe they'll hire a bunch, they'll use AI. But they will call or mail or alert or text all of their own customers and say the Canada's first sovereign AI state-of-the-art factory using the world's best chips at, who knows, half the cost of US data centers because we're using hydropower. So we're cheaper, we're faster, And we have the zoom of the zoomiest chips on the planet. And we're open for business. There's no better data center in the world. Well, of course, there probably is. But in Canada, there isn't. And they all want to be part of this Sovereign Canada campaign that Pierre Trudeau maybe started, but then his wife spread it out to Cuba. I think for your planning purposes, you should expect that TELUS could announce that or start that at any time, but plan on the middle of February as being the soonest. I didn't say it's going to happen in the middle of February. With our luck, it'll be March, or April. But I think they've had plenty of time to test everything. So what happens before? Before they do that, you'll have some sort of announcement coming from TELUS/Railtown describing this whole gig. When could that be? Again, just so that we don't get all hyper active, let's just plan on 1st of February. Plan on Valentine's Day for the TELUS data center to open. News come out at the beginning of February. These are guesses, but you got to start somewhere. Once that's announced, and I would imagine you can call it this, TELUS makes a campaign to fill up their data center, which, by the way, apparently has almost unlimited capacity for the purposes of this discussion. Railtown's going to be on everybody's lips in Canada and probably elsewhere too. So I think there's a very real chance this January destruction of the price isn't going to last much longer. Maybe it lasts all of January, but I doubt it. So anyway, you've got TELUS going to carry the load of telling the Railtown story simply because they're going to open their data center for business and they're going to go market or campaign to fill up their own data center. And people are going to come, companies are going to come for the, I'm making it up, the half price power costs and the best semiconductor chips in the universe, and they're going to stay for Railtown. It's powerful. And that's coming at you like a rail engine. It's coming. But in the meantime, there's a blackout on information. And, this is just like any other stock, rules the waves. You got to block that out. If you think it's like any other stock, then you got to just go play those other stocks. Finger motion, I was ridiculed, I saw. And the claim was that in the summer, I predicted that Finger would go to $1.25. I don't think that's how I said it. I think I said it could. Well, it's $1.29. Genius Brands and all the hoopla It's, there you can diversify into that one. It's back under 70 cents. GDC stubbornly under $5. May or may not be overpriced. But they did have a news release saying it was worth $22 a share. Dolly Varden Silver is $4.61. They just completed a merger or in the process of doing it. They're going to be a producing silver company. I bet that stock it's not really going to be a January effect because it wasn't much higher than this year. But I think that's a stock that's going to have a good first quarter and a good year. I don't know. Let's see how next strip is, because that might be one that does something. It's up 40 cents at 379. I think they might have a January effect, but or better, who knows? But anyway, I don't think we should be playing any of those stocks. I think it should just be Railtown. And just to point it out to you again, and then I'll go to your comments. I'll shut up. But TELUS is the hyperscaler. TELUS is the data center. This is NVIDIA. This is hydropower. This is ready to go. This is Canadian sovereignty. It's the only one, as far as I know, that's ready to go right now. That's everybody. Customers, developers, companies, all the users are up here. At the foundation is TELUS data center. And that's been run through again, I'm just making assumptions. They turned it on in the summer. They got 3 people using it. It's been run through its paces. I believe they're on the verge of opening that up for business and telling us about it. And it could be this week, but I'm saying let's plan on February, maybe even later. Let's plan on news maybe February 1st. Let's plan on turning it on maybe the middle of February. We don't know. We don't know. But I think the buzz is going to start much sooner, by the way. This is going to be all anybody's talking about up in Canada. But anyway, the base, the user is up here. The base is the data center, the hyperscaler, the NVIDIA. Then they need to put in a layer. Down here, it's like your brain. Your brain has everything in it, believe it or not, from when you were a kid. So if I mention Paul Newman, you might think of Cool Hand Luke. You might think of the fact, the Norm Macdonald joke that have you ever noticed that Paul Newman is an old man and Henny Youngman is an old man, but Gary Oldman, whatever, is a young man. There's an old joke. Or you might think that you had a girlfriend who once went to the races with a group and with Paul Newman, and she tried to take pictures of him, but he was wearing shorts, and he said, don't take pictures of my legs, because they were skinny. Or you might think of his blue eyes. Or you might think that, oh gosh, he died. Or you might think he had he started that charity salad dressing. Or you might think, man, that guy married Joanne Woodward and never divorced her. Or anyway, your brain might go crazy. You might think of the Sundance Kid. Who knows what you think of? It all comes tumbling. But if in the conversation somebody says to you, who was that guy that Paul Newman co-starred with in The Sting? Immediately your brain goes through all that information in your head and you say it was Robert Redford. That's what every data center needs, or every AI program needs. That's next. That's the large language models. And I know I'm being simplistic because that's all I can be. I don't know what I'm talking about. But this is all the data. These are kind of the neural connections that go collect. Actually, I jumped too quickly. That first part where I was saying to you all the things that pop into your head about Paul Newman, that's right here. They're pulling the data out of the huge brain, the subconscious down here. They're pulling all relevant connections to Paul Newman. That's the large language model. But up here is what I just said, is if there's a query or a use for that information, like who was his co-star, that is the ADKs. That's the AI development, software development kits. That's the orchestration frameworks. This is where Google ADKs, LangChain, a late entry in some ways, but out of the gate sooner than Railtown. This is where LangChain is. And there's a dozen or more others. There's a lot of other ones. But none of them, including Google ADK. By the way, Microsoft really doesn't have an ADK product, and Microsoft is the world's largest software developer tool company in the world. It's so big, it might as well be the only one. And guess who they're in bed with? Railtown. Guess who Railtown's in bed with? Microsoft. But it's this level that goes, oh, yeah, that guy, Paul Newman, starred with Robert Redford. This is sort of the aha moment. This is the, how do you use, this is all the data in the world. This is everything you remember about Paul Newman that comes rushing in to your head. And then this is the organization into one specific usage. That's this layer. And what is it? Now again, I'm making I think a very educated assessment that level, the ADKs, the orchestration framework, in the case of this data center, is Railtown and only Railtown. But we have to learn that information. But that's just like down here on the large language models, we have to learn it. But you know what? The large language models are OpenAI, Agentic, and Cohere, for example. And there's probably others. Those are the big ones. But what is TELUS? It's Canadian. Where's the data center? In Canada. What's Cohere? Canadian. What's LangChain? Well, it's out of Palo Alto. What's Google ADK? I guess it's out of Palo Alto. What's the others? Who knows? But what's Railtown? It's Canadian. It's Canadian. So it's likely, I think really likely, that Railtown is this piece, Cohere is this piece, and TELUS and NVIDIA are this piece. And the users is all of Canada and the world. Now, what the reason LangChain and Windrift and all these companies get bid up, partly the FANGs plus Microsoft plus NVIDIA want to be the leader. They're scared of looking back and seeing Satchel Paige gain on them. They don't want to lose their standing. So sometimes they buy up technologies just to put them on the shelf so nobody else has them. But the real thing that drives these valuations, well, I don't know. I thought it was revenue, but I'm starting to think that that's important, but it's maybe just the way we measure it. But the ADKs that Railtown has created they don't care who uses them. They're kind of neutral. They're ambivalent, agnostic. But someone would love to own, if Railtown proves that they are the piece that is in a league with Cohere, if Cohere is a league, and in a league with NVIDIA, which is a league all by itself, and in a league with TELUS's data centers, which has to be proven. But if the reason these things are valued so high and acquired is you have to prove the concept. So LangChain has this concept of what they're trying to do, and it evolves. If you listen to Chase or if you read some of the stuff, he starts with one idea and it evolves, it goes with the market, just like most software companies. But the use case has to be proved, the commerciality has to be proved, and the revenue potential has to be proved. And then you look at the addressable market, the size of that market, how much can they claim? Well, in the case of the world software market, I mean, look at it as the world's financial markets. Would Goldman Sachs like to be the only bank? Sure. But can Goldman Sachs get rich in a world where there's a UBS, a Merrill Lynch, well, Bank of America, a Morgan Stanley, a JP Morgan? Yeah, there's plenty of room for the big ones. Well, so it is a question, how big is the addressable market? But you're not saying that Cohere or agentic AI or open AI have to be the monopoly. They just have to be one of the winners. And so what LangChain's trying to do with money from these venture capital firms is race to fill into the space that I don't think anybody could have seen developing this quickly except for Corey and Marwan. They may have. I'm not trying to disparage it, but I understand that LangChain has 180K. They're trying to get others, and I'm not sure if I'm using the right language. And they don't have robotics capability. They will. Sequoia can raise the money. But they're not as good. And I've shown you the comparisons. But we'll find out. And it doesn't really matter. As long as, do you see what's right in front of you? LangChain has to prove it a company at a time, and eventually maybe a data center will select LangChain. But LangChain has to prove its concept a developer at a time, a group of developers at a time, which Railtown has to do too, and will continue to do. But if Railtown is here, which I suspect is where it is all by itself, but we'll find out. If Railtown is here, how many companies in Canada and software developers and teams and individuals and users of TELUS are going to come over from wherever they are to the new data center because of NVIDIA, because it's cheaper, because it's newer, because TELUS is asking them to. They're coming, they'll be able to do agentic tools and create them because of Cohere, but they're all going to come through Railtown. Guys, I've been in sales all my life. You don't have to sell to all your customers. You sell to one guy, TELUS. One girl, TELUS. And the customers just flood in. I'm gonna read your comments, but I want to just finish with two points. I think Railtown, because of TELUS and because of Marwan and Corey and their whole software engineering group, I think Railtown, which is our investment, has a superpower. And I think that superpower is the ability of Railtown to go from one user, they already have a lot, but they can go from one user to 1,000 users, to 10,000 users, to 100,000 users, to 1 million users, to 10 million users, to 100 million users, to 1 billion users, to 10 billion users, to 100 billion users, to 1 trillion users. I don't know if there is such a thing, but they can scale on without limit, without additional cost, without additional developers, without additional overhead. And they can do it rapidly, minutes, hours, days. As everybody signs in, it ramps. That is amazing. And when they sign up, they set up, and there's an interface. I've shown it to you. It's on their website for Conductor. There's a monthly billing system. I don't know what the enterprise situation is. The cash flow starts right away. It's going to be the most exciting thing you've ever seen. And you can't wait. That's the problem. You can't time this. You can't get out of Railtown, go buy GDC at $8 because it's worth $22. And then when it goes up, you'll come back and buy Railtown because you don't know when. It's easy to look back. You didn't know when. I didn't know when 2 months ago, 4 months ago. But this story is not being told. And even if it is being told in Canada, the people that are hearing it cannot buy the stock right now. They're just waiting. I think there might be more, but I think it's because TELUS needs to tell the world, or Railtown has to tell the world about this, because it's material. It's gigantic. It's not material. It's monstrous. It's a monstrosity. It's monstrous. Railtown can go from 0 revenues to 100 million in revenues, theoretically, in a fortnight. And again, that's not booked. That's not looking back at it. It's on their revenue run. That's what you're going to miss if you listen to people telling you, diversify, I do my own due diligence, wait 2 years, plan on. You're going to miss that. That's my opinion. Of course, everyone knows. Now, what's your superpower? Do you know what your superpower is? You have all this information. Instead of listening to the fear and the anxiety and the whispers, and we all have brains that go on and on and on, and the friendly, well, I told you William was wrong. Instead of listening to all that, and by the way, all of that might be credible. But it's not going to change what TELUS is doing. It's not going to change the fact of this market coming at you like a freight train. And it's not going to change the ability of Railtown to come in with one customer, TELUS, open its proof of concept to tens of thousands of customers, and ramp lickety-split. That is going to be a story that could spread like wildfire. The name will spread like wildfire. And if there's a software company called Wildfire, I'm trying to use the other use of the word. What's your secret power? You can buy the stock. You can hold the stock. You can add to the stock. You are not precluded from buying the stock. That's your secret power. All right, I'll leave it there. I was going to give you projections of how much it's worth, but I'll go through your comments. Maybe we can do that afterward. This is our total. Railtown, 17 million shares. 17,095,195 shares. 17 million shares. So, I wish I had been on time. I wish I had waited till the end of December to tell you to buy it. On the other hand, there's a couple of blessings. One is many of us already have long-term positions. In my case, my main event is in an IRA anyway. But the bulk of you all have a lot of your shares such that if Railtown were to be successful over the next 6 and 9 months in what I'm expecting, you'll have long-term gains. That's one thing. The other thing is, by now you've got to know the story. So you have information. You have information. That 3 to 5% of your brain that actually is, I guess, consciousness, can ignore all of the messages in your subconscious and all the stuff that comes from everybody out there trying to get you to treat this opportunity as if it's G-bucks. You can block all that out. You can sit with a pad of paper and you can go through some of the thoughts I've given you. You can listen to me till you're sick of me, of course. But when it changes, when the story is told, it's not going to be this price anymore. They weren't successful at getting the company to stupidly do a deal to destroy its market cap. The company didn't do that. So anyway, your secret power is you can buy the stock. And if you follow the advice to wait 2 years, you're going to miss it. But if you want to miss it, you can miss it. I'm not telling you not to miss it. But all right, the market's about to close. I'll go through your comments. Railtown is now down 2 cents on the day. So they're going to make sure the pain continues. Next strip is up 50 cents, 389. Finger is down 5 cents at 128. Genius Brands is up 6 cents at 67 cents. GDC, billionaires are buying into that. That's up 13.5 cents at 475.5. So you've got a little bit of a canvas of stock quotes, but the one that's being destroyed today is Railtown. But again, what's the volume? It's the last, the last 2 trades. 500 shares at 25.4, 3,400 at 25.4, one that was higher, and then 1,000 at 25.4. So a total of 5,000 shares. So $1,300 worth of stock is pricing the entire market cap at, the Yahoo number, maybe 35 million. The sting that goes on here, everybody that sells wants the lowest price. The seller at the highest price never accepts that price when you put your order in at the ask. They always do it in the middle. You can't believe your eyes. You have this information. This is time to suppress your doubts and your fears. Look at what you rationally write down on a pad of paper and act. You can act when nobody else can, unless you listen to the bashers and the distractors and anyway. All right, I'm going to leave it there. I was going to go to revenue, but I want to go to your comments instead. Hi, Donna. Hi, Eddie Eagle, Fast Eddie, Akira Nova. Happy New Year to you, Akira, and to everyone else. Hi, Pat M. Uh, Hothead. Cute, cute dog. Hi, Steve. All right, it closed down 2.5 cents at 25 cents. That's the bid. 293,000 shares. I would guess there's some real shares in there. Maybe 40, 50%. Of course, buyers are, I don't know if all buying is real, actually. But I'm talking about the sell side of it, the selling side of it. The closing price was 161 shares. 161 shares priced the stock at 25 cents. 161 shares. That, if a long did it, their account would be closed. But if the criminals do it, they're good customers. What are you worried about? They're good customers. $40. $40 worth of non-existent stock closed the stock at 25 cents. Guys and girls, you have to act. If you want to get out of your hell, my hell, too, you have to act. But you don't have to. You can do what you want. All right, let me keep going. Eric Bellinger, all right. Deal of the year, slip away. Added 12,000. All right, Eric. I wish I could do this. That's amazing. At Canadian 36 cents. That's incredible. Let's look how it traded on the Canadian. Let's see how it traded on the Canadian. If you go to Canada, if you go to Montreal, let me give you a warning. Up there, hat is chapeau, egg is œuf. It's like those French have a different word for everything. It's 300,000 shares in Canada. I would say, I think the Canadian markets are also destroyed by short selling and high frequency trading, but that's got to be somebody real. Who could it be? Stop loss, stop limit orders. Anyway, you just have, what you have to do is decide, is the information here credible? What's the addressable market? All the other AI companies have to prove their concept, prove their commerciality, customer at a time, and some of them it ramps up very quickly. But Railtown, it looks like, and yes, I'm putting 2 and 2 together, and if when news comes out we hear differently, we hear differently. I have to adjust then. But it looks like Railtown has bagged the whale, bagged the elephant of a client, because TELUS is the center of influence. That's how we used to be trained. And that leads to tens of thousands of clients. And it's proof of concept writ large. It is data center. Microsoft has 400 data centers worldwide. Canada has 200. Imagine if Railtown proves, hey, you got to have this piece on every modern state-of-the-art data center. My Lord, you're talking about big numbers. But it doesn't, the naysayers don't have to believe it. You don't even really have to believe it. You know who has to believe it? Microsoft, AWS, NVIDIA, TELUS, Google. They come by the some gun. And it doesn't even have to eventualize with these huge things. It's just they will come by it to keep the other person from having it, or so that they control it. And as soon as that story gets out there, that's what I think is going to happen. I guess after I talked to the company, the one concern I have on my really high numbers, which I've always told you, as you go higher, the riskier they are. But I think for the stock to go to, $1 billion valuation, that's less than line chain. That's $4.50. I think that's the minimum I think you're going to see. And that's more than 10x from here in the short run. That I think I'll eventually be correct. Maybe not on my timing, but I think I'll be correct that this is a $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 stock out of the gate, which it could take weeks or it could take a little while. We don't know. But anyway, imagine if a Microsoft says, we need to own that company because we can maximize our revenue on our 400 data centers as we switch to our own chips or to NVIDIA's chips. Guys, it's just huge. All right, let me keep going. When do you feel it'll break $1? Well, that same thing I said about Finger applies here. Like, we didn't buy it at $1, of course, but to go from 25 cents to $1, you have to go up 400%. That's a huge move. I think what you're going to see is, in a way, I think you're asking me, what are the catalysts? I think the catalysts will be research. These guys aren't going to quit. They're going to try to drive. What was one of the guys threatened that he'd get it to 24 or something, or 25? I would take them seriously because they have the information. They know how their computers work. They know who they're dealing with. They know that stuff. But anyway, to go from 25 cents to $1 is 400%. That's a huge move. It's a huge move. But I think it will happen. When? I think the first research out is going to be this one I keep showing you, which I think I put over on the shelf. Capital Research. I'm not sure they're going to move the stock that much. But it'll help. I won't be the only one. I might find out that a lot of my ideas and projections are grandiose. they're not intentionally grandiose, but I might find they're too broad. But it'll be good to have a research analyst putting out to you all the positives. So then, the guys on X can say, hey, I was the one that told you to buy the stock. But even then, you got to fight that. They're going to try to get you to think that it's just like any other trade. Take your profit. A win's a win. You don't go broke taking a profit. All that crap, you got to block it out on this one. So what I think is going to happen is research. And frankly, that could come any day. On the other hand, it might have to wait until this veil is lifted of this material non-public information. And I think that it's Canada. I really wouldn't be surprised if the TELUS takes all of January to make sure they announce that they're helping, which is a good thing, but they're helping children have white teeth full of healthy enamel in the southern Don region, and they're doing it in conjunction with Russia Telecom. I just imagine they have a lot of these public service announcements in their hopper that are just as important to them as this announcement. So it's going to take a while. I think you have to get ready for a slog of January. Now, if TELUS does manage to get their public service announcements out quickly enough that they can actually put out business revenue announcements more quickly, I think as soon as TELUS / Railtown announce their deal to whatever degree necessary to lift the blockage of buying in Canada, I think it'll be a matter of days to at most a week or so before the stock is back at its highs and then challenging. All the numbers I said before, I still stand by. I think once the stock breaks through the highs, 69.70 cents, with volume, not just a little tentative poke, but with volume, and the bid breaks through, the bid's above 69 cents. I think it goes to $1.20 very quickly, and then they'll test it. They'll pull it back to maybe 90 cents if they're still in the game. You shouldn't be selling. You shouldn't be day trading it, because at some point, you're not going to be able to get back in. It's as soon as the prime brokers, the stock loan desks say, we're not going to give you unlimited shares to counterfeit. You could see a shortage of stock. On the other hand, they could play this game. I'm just saying it's a possible thing. They may continue issuing unlimited shares all the way up to $25. I don't know. But you asked when will it break $1? I think it'll break $1 when enough news is announced that allows research to come out so that Canadian retail and Canadian institutional buyers come in. I think that'll be, if I had to guess, we might have to wait another 2 weeks for that to happen. But I wouldn't, it could happen any day. It could happen any day. Remember, there's in Canada, they do seem to follow some securities laws pretty closely. And you have to tell material news once you know it within 30 days or sooner. You got to get it out. So I think that's why we got any evidence of the TELUS deal back in October. So I think that was enough for the regulators to say, okay, that's all right. But what happens if TELUS has started telling their story, I guess, in such, they're starting to tell the public, they're starting to tell analysts, they're starting to tell shareholders, hey, this is what we're doing with our data center, and we're going to open it up. I don't know when they're going to open it. I guess I'm hoping they open it in the first quarter. But if they do it in the first quarter, I don't think they're going to delay. But let's say they're going to open it February 15th. Well, when Railtown hears that information, I think it starts the clock on Railtown putting out news that, hey, our revenue is about to be exposed to the TELUS data center. So I think, Julius, if I had to pick a time when the stock's going to go to $1, let me just look where the weekends are. I mean, I've been so wrong on this. It's almost foolish to try to do it again. I'd say just to keep your sanity, I think you should plan on it happening by Lincoln's birthday, which is February 12th. I'll write that down. But it could be a lot sooner. It could be a lot sooner. I don't think it's going to be this week that TELUS makes an announcement, but it could be. It could be. Could it be next week? Yes. If you're a bunch of people coming back from skiing and holidays and New Year's, you're still not in your office probably today. And you might get ready into the office by Wednesday, Thursday, if you don't take that whole week off anyway. So I think if I had to pick when TELUS might make the news clear, or maybe it's Railtown. I don't know who has to give what news about this, but I would pick the 13th of January, maybe the 12th of January, for TELUS or Railtown or both to give us news. And then maybe that means research could come out that week. You know, if we're lucky, research will come out sooner. And if, let's say, the news came out on the, whatever the news is, I don't know what it is, the shorts will try to make you think it's bad news. But if there's a 48-hour delay or more, as institutions or research analysts or brokerage houses say, are we allowed to lift our restriction? I would say that maybe buying would come in the stock after Martin Luther King's birth, that 3-day weekend. That's not his birthday, but that's when they celebrate. His birthday's the 15th. But anyway, I would say the soonest you will see big buyers come in, buying demand would be the 20th of January. But Julius, it's Canada. They're not going to quit this shorting game. And research is going to come out slowly at first. Buying is going to tiptoe in because institutions can't buy under $2, $3, $5. So it's going to be a stutter step on the way up. There's not going to be a magic pill. But the problem is, at the same time, these algorithmic trading people back and forth, they can make it back and forth at 70 cents to 80 cents, just like they can make it down here. A lot of it's intraday crimes, not longer than that. So when do I think it'll break $1? I wrote it down. I pick February 12th is when I think it'll break $1. But I've always been wrong. Jason Harbison, hello, Jason. He says hi to me and to the RT crew. Joe Marty, good afternoon, Bill and the RT crew. Darn it. I thought I blocked you. All right, guys. I'll go through this. I'm not going to react to most of it. But this is what they want you to do. They want me to be ridiculed so that therefore Railtown's shitty. Guys, maybe I'm an arse. Maybe I'm a complete jerk. Maybe I'm intemperate. Maybe I say the wrong things. And maybe my life is littered with mistakes I'd like to get a second chance on. Maybe all that's true. It has nothing to do with the magnitude of what's going on in technology right now. It has nothing to do with that. And then you step down. Okay, are people going to make money during that? Yes, they are. They're already making money. And then you step down from that. Well, how do I play in the AI space? Well, you can go buy into the Merrill Lynch asset management, AI growth and opportunity trust fund 2, the trust 2 fund, or you can buy into the new Morgan Stanley AI robotics ETF, or you can buy into the Larry Fink BlackRock AI data center ETF. You can do all that. You can put money in your retirement account, and when Sequoia et al. Self-promote and self-fund and self-value Lang Chain from $1.25 billion to 15 billion, 20 billion, and they sell it to you in an IPO, and your advisors and your money managers put it in your account at whatever that price is. Maybe you'll get Lang Chain then at the IPO. But where are you going to be able to buy an AI investment essentially at a seed valuation or maybe a Series A valuation? You're buying this stock at 35 million, according to Yahoo's, I don't know which one's right, somewhere between 35 million market cap and 50 million market cap. Guys, if Railtown were in the Madison, Dearborn, Perker, Elkins, Klein, Blankenfield, Sequoia, Benchmark, circle jerk from met the CEO all the way to dumping it in people's retirement accounts as an IPO, taking fees and value and salary and all the way up. If they had this opportunity, my opinion, Railtown would already be $1.5 billion. Now the problem is, a lot of those valuations are just those few decision makers talking to themselves. They come up with a valuation. They call their buddies at the other funds. They say, okay, we can do that. And then they make up a metric and they climb it all the way up. And it's all, I think it's bankable. They can borrow against it on the way up. So there's some inflation in those valuations. But $1 billion in Lang Chain was valued at $1.25 billion over the summer. They closed it, I guess, I don't know the exact closing date. They announced it at the beginning of October. Well, there's been a lot of time since, and I bet the value now is higher. The next raise, the next series of Lang Chain will be raised at a higher valuation. But again, the caution is they don't have shorts. They don't have a market that's judging it. They can control it. So it's not so much groupthink. It's just a lot of, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And they know the exit. The exit is to sell it to Amazon. And guys, Amazon can write a check for 20 billion or 40 billion stock and cash without blinking. Will they? I don't know. Maybe they get sold at 10 billion or 15 billion. I'm talking about Lang Chain. But this, I think, is the path ahead for Railtown. And you get to buy it, but you have to suffer the slings and arrows of this campaign of criminals against you. But it won't last forever. And they're like all bullies. As soon as they're punched in the face, their tune will change. And hopefully we'll never be back down in dealing with them anymore. You don't deal with it when you buy Exxon. You don't deal with it when you buy Barrick Gold. So I hopefully get away from it. All right, I'm going to go. Remember, this guy's goal is to get you to see me in bad light, but also so that Railtown is just another one of these puffery that they call investments in the over-the-counter market. And this will be a misinterpretation of what I said as well. Bullish Whisper. Oh, I see. You changed the name. I think you used to say Whisperer. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I blocked you. So now you're telling investors in Railtown to look at other things after all this time? No, I'm not. I'm not. But people, not everybody invests in just Railtown. I believe all of this speculative bucket, I think every dollar should be in Railtown. So there, I'm clear on that. But I do think people are people, and they're going to put money in other things. And so, um, and I think my credibility on the urgency, the timing, maybe, it's like driving kids across the country. They can only hear for so long that we're almost there, just another hour. At some point, you got to pull over and take a room at the Dewdrop Inn. You gotta kidding. You call Wall Street execs unqualified when you're the one who is proven to be unqualified. Well, I haven't called Wall Street execs unqualified. And I think there are a lot of things I'm unqualified at. But I'm not pretending to be what I'm not. So you're just trying to rearrange the words. I hope it doesn't work. Again, you're the bullish whisperer. You're the prime example of an emotional investor. Restless leg syndrome, months of long-winded speeches and screaming at people only to tell investors to give up and look at other things. What a joke. I just to be clear, I'm not telling anybody to give up on Railtown. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If I need to say it again, I'll say it right now. I think people should be buying Railtown with both hands. I think they should be swapping out of other crappy speculative situations and buying Railtown. We have information that we can act on. Yes, we have to piece it together so that information may be adjusted, but absolutely people should be buying Railtown, and I think it's the only thing to buy. If you go beyond sort of this bucket of crap money, I think silver and maybe Dolly Varden makes some sense. But I really think for the next 90 days, people in Railtown, investors in Railtown, are going to see, I'm trying to do it in my head, they're going to see 20x on their money, 20x. I think the stock of Railtown will go from 30 cents, well, 25 cents. It'll go from 25 cents to $5. And it could happen a whole heck of a lot sooner. But I think 90 days is my call on that. I don't know of another investment out there that can give that kind of return. And then once it's $5 or $6, it's not going to pull back. Well, I mean, nothing is without volatility, but it's not going to collapse. Now, the one biggest risk of Railtown and NVIDIA and data centers is if the data center for some reason has a critical error, it blows up, it shorts out, well, that would be disappointing. But I don't see any evidence that that's happening. So no, I'm 100%. I continue to recommend an entire focus of speculative money on Railtown. I don't know where an investor can get into AI unless their buddy is or their friend is down the street. If they know the CEO of a startup and she happens to give them an opportunity to get in. But if that happens, you've got a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year wait. With Railtown, to see it go from what I am calling a seed valuation of about 35 million, I think that's what Yahoo is saying right now, whatever it is, 35 million to 50 million in market cap, to maybe a Series A or a Series B valuation of 500 million, and maybe a Series B of a billion and a half. I mean, there's no guarantee. But to have the stock move to $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, number one, you've got the catalyst. You're going to ride the horse of Tellus, and the revenue is going to be visible. I think that 20% could happen, that 20x could happen in the next 90 days or sooner. And, it's hard to call exact timing, obviously, but when it starts, it could happen very quickly. And if people haven't purchased the stock, they're going to regret it. So no, I don't know where you're getting that from. I didn't even say all that, so you're just lying. Little Squire, William, of what knowledge do you have of short sellers using phone farms to help perpetuate and scalping the market? I don't have a lot of knowledge of that. I think what they do, they sit with each other and they create identities, and they've got to do it where they're not John Gotti. They're not going to have surveillance in the roof above. But I think I think the computers can do most of it. I don't think it's a broad army of people. So I don't know that they use phone farms, but I do know that getting these small stocks up off the mat and creating a story and creating a meme, that may use phone farms. That may use phone farms and the little bucket shop brokerage firms. That could happen. But they need retail to put money in a stock, getting it up. You saw that with Roaring Kitty. That's Tony's favorite stock, or it was one of his. They need that excitement, that unexpected buying. Then the computers have something to work with. But I think the game they do is all with computers and cell programs, and it's They don't need people to do that. They do need promoters to get stocks up, and that phone farms may be used to promote stocks. James Harper, buy 10,000 XRP and you'll make all your money back before Donald Trump leaves office. Love, man. Well, I've been hearing that XRP story, and you'll notice that it's in fact down from the last time everybody got all hot and bothered about it. I like XRP. I like XRP. And I do think it's going to have its day. But I think what just happened in Venezuela shows you quite clearly that any amalgam, I use that word, amalgam of countries that join BRICS, and luckily BRICS has a vowel in it as opposed to other long strings of letters for things that have become part of our lives. But you bring in all these BRICS and you expand it. How many countries have joined now? They still call it BRICS. They don't have a military. And they don't have a deep financial bond market. So I don't think that the dollar is disappearing anytime soon. And I think what's happening in Venezuela, although it's going to be laid at the footsteps of Donald Trump, I think it's been in the works under Biden and under maybe longer than that. But it's about, to me, it's about collateral. And that's at these prices, something like 15 to 20 trillion dollars worth of collateral, which Exxon, Chevron will bring onto their balance sheets, and there'll be loans, and it'll become onto the bank balance sheets, and then those can all be expanded, hypothecated, and rehypothecated, and the Western banking system can be propped up and renewed for longer. So I'm not convinced on XRP. I don't have this money that you just mentioned. But I like it. So you may end up being correct. It's up nicely today. Maybe it'll have a January effect. But if I had $23,500 to buy 10,000 XRP, I'd much rather buy Railtown at 26 cents. I'd much rather own 90,000 shares of Railtown. But I'll look up XRP. I'll see what, because you're making a big prediction there. I'll see what you must have really high numbers. I think 90,000 shares of Railtown could be worth 900,000 over the next 6 months, and maybe a lot sooner. 10,000 XRP. Is it going to go to $90 in the next 6 months? I'm not sure. Look, my favorite investment out there is silver, and I'm not even suggesting people buy silver right now because of the power of Railtown. So, bullish whisper, maybe you should go talk to a therapist. before telling people on the internet to put their money into a falling knife that keeps falling unless you're benefiting from it. Well, I guess you're making 3 points there. I should go talk to a therapist, probably. I don't. I find it all. It's all quite. It's all a very brainwashed thing. I think psychotherapy can be narrowed down to penis envy and penis anxiety, and after that, how much more do you have to learn? I do think there's a benefit of having a place, someone to go talk to once or whatever a week or more a week, and then you don't talk about things except them. I think there's a benefit for that. But I think Woody Allen had it best in, was it called Annie or Annie Hall? Yeah. She said, Diane Keaton says to him, "Oh, you're seeing a psychiatrist." And he said, "Yeah, I've been seeing one for 20 years. We're starting to make real progress." I don't. I think it's a lot of well-intentioned messaging right now. I'm not telling anyone to put their money in. I'm making a strong recommendation, a strong strategy. I have an opinion, but people should do what they feel they want to do. Into a falling knife that keeps falling. Well, I don't think it's a falling knife. I think this has been a slow cutting that's been orchestrated now for 6 months. And, it's very simple, but you don't want to hear it. You don't want to accept it. Knowledgeable and wealthy and buyers with the proper wherewithal and time frame out of Canada can't buy the stock. They just can't buy the stock. There's no research. There's no news that means anything. And there's no discussion of the story. The story is not known. So when the selling happens, which is all, I don't want to explain it all, but we call it naked short selling, but it's not that. It's more sophisticated than just that word. It's computerized, and it goes back and forth, and there's a settling up each day, but the trend is ever downward. So I don't think it's a falling knife. I think it's been a slow cut. Every now and then, you get in between a rib and it goes a little deeper, but then you're back to the next rib, and it's just been a slow cut. And you're right, it has gone down. That keeps falling. I think the easiest way for you all to make money is to the downside. You're going to try to find stop loss orders. You're going to try to break people's hearts, and they just get out. I hope it doesn't work, but that's what you're trying to do. But it's not going to change until whatever material information that's holding up the train is released. And so until then, I think the stock's going to go down. I don't think it's going to be a falling knife, but I do think the stock could keep going down. I think one of you projected 24 cents. Maybe you said 22 cents. I can't remember. And I'm sure you can do anything. But the disadvantage all of us have is the buyers who would come in and correct this, because they know the value, they can't buy. So it's kind of weird that you take it out on me and criticize me when you know the strategy. And then you have a guy talk to the company who I believe works with you. Otherwise, he just doesn't know what he's doing. But he helps put across your agenda, which is basically you guys know nothing is going to happen to blow you out of the water today. And you probably know that tomorrow and the next day. So you'll keep pressing your advantage until it stops. And even when there's an announcement, it'll probably take 2 or 3 days before some buying comes in. But the big buyers probably can't come in until $2, $3, $4, $5 a share. And it's a long way from here. So I do think that there's going to be pressure on the stock. So far from your view of it, I'd love to stop coming on. I'd love it. But I'm actually doing it because I believe in what I'm saying. I could be wrong. And so you're right. Maybe I should just let you guys take all this money over to AME or G-Bucks. I don't know. But I don't think that's what should happen. So that's why I keep telling the other side. And unless you're is that an accusation? Are you benefiting from that? What are you getting out of these posts? Let me just be clear again. I have received 0 cash, 0 shares, 0 warrants, no promises, and I will receive nothing from Railtown in any way. I haven't. And in fact, I've lost, I've lost somebody that I considered a very good friend, and perhaps more I've lost. And far from benefiting, I think this has been extremely expensive to me. So I think, I appreciate that you have to create a mood with your lies, but I hope people see through it, because you're just one part of it, just one part of it. Eric Bellinger, by the way, Eric's up in Canada, and I think Eric went to the annual report. I think Eric, I can't say it out loud, but I know Eric has a strong position in Railtown. He buys in Canada. I think everyone here should listen to Eric. And what he says, bullish whisper, Railtown is not a falling knife. And I agree with him. Make your own due diligence and you will see it. I agree with him on that. But I know you're busy with the other stocks your computers have gotten you into. Justin Babish, how about another ticker to put on the watch list? TELIF, using AI and robotics to operate self-dropping laboratories for drug development. Also, bullwhip sucks. All right, Justin, let me look into that one. I don't want to. He's suggesting that I'm saying that. I'm not. I think the entire focus should be on Railtown. But I'll look that up. If I'm right, Justin, you're going to have an account that goes from here to some level up, and then you can start investing in some of these other plays with just a tiny percentage of what your portfolio will be at that time. And it'll be bigger than an investment you can make now. But I'll look that up. Now, on the self-driving, Justin, this company, I don't know who it is, but you say it uses AI in robotics. So they're going to run their app or their software, their service, through a data center. They are. And the power that makes it work is going to be NVIDIA chips, which are basically it right now, which is why NVIDIA is, going straight up. But I think Trump put the government into AMD. I'm sure he's trying to create, I don't know, maybe not a Manhattan project, but maybe a Queens project or a Central Park project to compete, create a chip that competes. I'm sure that group in Taiwan is trying to. But for now, NVIDIA has the best chip, and that's what allows AI and the robotics to work. But they also need the agentic AI, what is that other one? Anyway, and Coheres of the world. They need the large language models, and they need the Google ADKs. I guess LangChain is. I think LangChain is a little bit of, hey, tell them we do it, and then we'll fill in that we can. But they can do something for sure because they've got a lot of users, and I'm sure they're going to do fine. I'm not trying to say anything bad, but you can't buy LangChain. You can't buy Google ADK either, but you can buy Railtown. And Railtown has a captured audience. They have all of Canada, which is as big or bigger than California as an economy, with the goal of becoming a global power in AI and AI data centers. And there's only one data center in Canada set up as a sovereign AI factory. There will be more, but right now there's one, and it's TELUS. And Justin, what I want to tell you is the Railtown piece is going to consist of I can't spell. just simplistically, the Railtown ADKs are going to be three things. It's going to be rail engine. I don't know if I spelled that correctly. I spelled it poorly. Rail engine, conductor, and rail tracks. Rail tracks is basically, one thing is it's data search, but it's using static data to do something. Rail engine is your robotics. This is the real-time analyzing and using of all the data that's being collected, but the app is what your TELIF would be up here using it, but it's going to be this rail engine that's going to allow them to do it. Underneath will be probably Cohere, I don't know. And under that is NVIDIA, TELUS, if you're in Canada. But if you're in any data center, it's NVIDIA right now that for this. The conductor in the middle is observability, and that basically keeps everything in line. What the benefit of conductor is it allows, it'd be like if you had a dog in the other room chewing on your shoe. You go in and you distract the dog with something else, and all of a sudden he stops and the rest of your shoes stay okay. The observability is making sure that the user, in your case TLIF, doesn't get into data loops, doesn't get into patterns that just keep burning data or using up the power, the electricity, I guess, of the data center. And it increases performance and efficiency and make sure everything stays on track. That's what's there. So whatever TELIF does, Railtown's going to benefit. Every company is going to come through Railtown. And of course, there's 24 other companies doing this. I don't know of one that has the contract Railtown does, but I'm sure that could happen. But if I get through these messages, I do want to talk about what Ward sent me. I have my own sources too, but it gives a picture of just the enormity of the market. This is a huge market and it's going to keep growing. I mean, the scale is just hard to comprehend. But anyway, I don't want to make up numbers, but it's just huge annual revenues. And more importantly, a guy like Microsoft, if Railtown proves its bona fides, a guy like Microsoft is going to want to bring it in-house because they do not have Google ADK. They do not have LangChain. Of course, they could buy LangChain and do that. But that's what's going to happen. And these big hyperscalers, these big companies, they can buy more than one and just put them on the shelf too. But I don't think that's what's going to happen with Railtown. All right, bullish Wistaber. Okay, let's address this concern. Not a falling knife. It's over halfway down from its high last summer, even after all of the info and merger completion. All right, this is misleading. It is from the one data point, which I think was one day, but you can look at the chart. If I'm wrong, I'm not trying to be wrong, but I think it was one day that it hit basically 70 cents a share. So if you want to measure a stock from its high, I guess there's some usefulness in it, but it's rare that stocks go up and keep going up. It's rare that they go down and keep going down. Rare. I mean, there's sometimes they do, but it's not a valid measure. I would say that the average price people have paid over the course of a year is probably somewhere in the 35 to 40 cent range, but a lot of people have purchased lower prices and obviously some higher. So it's an individual experience, but I'd say that most people are not down over halfway from their purchase price. Obviously, from that one day where it hit essentially 70 cents, they're down over half. I mean, it's an absurd way to measure performance, particularly when it's you and your cohort that are causing that decline. I think there are some real sellers. The lack of organic buying, so to speak, you know, that's not helpful either. But I just keep saying that same thing over and over again. Even after the info, what info are you talking about? What info? See, that's where you're being very misleading. A lot of the story I'm giving you is I've had now the benefit of a 2-hour conversation with the company. So that gave me some clarity. There, I received zero material information. I was told it at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. However, it gave me some broader picture, and very right from the top. So that's good. Also, a lot of the information I'm getting on the industry is out there, and there's information from videos that Corey has done, and Dr. Tom Core with Rebecca. She did a great video. There is information out there. So if you take the time to put it together, it's a compelling story. But I know you're more about checking the charts and making sure your computers are selling and then coming on here for some reason uh, uh, and dealing with me. I assume it's what I'm thinking is to get everybody to think that this stock is just like the rest of them. I don't think it is. But for now, and for longer than I expected, from February 8th until today, the stock is still in a blackout. The buyers can't buy. And you're going to break that down. I don't want to explain that. People know what I mean. The buyers can't buy, and the company has not been able to tell its story. We're still essentially in the holiday period. But I think once the story comes out and that aha moment comes, the penny drops, I think you guys are blown out of the water. You'll still make money. So, but I hope you cash your silver coins, your Judas check. Justin Babish, go away, bullshit. It's a good name for him. Eric Belanger, Bullish Whisper, yes, the price is down, but you have to look at the reason why. Fundamental is still strong. The roadmap is still strong. Nothing has changed in the fundamentals of the company. Exactly. I mean, you can be a spoiled brat and say, well, it didn't happen when William said it would. And I never said it would, but I made some projections. true enough. And I kept thinking it would be. But I think the delay is going to cause the upside to be so much more. I do have a caveat. I don't know what Eric thinks about it, but I do think Microsoft or TELUS could make an offer to buy the company far below my projections. I mean, they could come in at $500 million or or $1 billion. And I'm not sure what would happen then. If there's a bidding war, I think the enterprise value, the buyout could easily approach the numbers other companies have been bought out at from, the complicated $2.5 billion of Windrift that had more in it to 11 billion of Confluent to the 13 and the 15 and the $20 billion numbers that I've seen in other situations, if there's a bidding war. But if there's not a bidding war, or if the offer is made exclusively and the company puts it out to shareholders, the company might be purchased at $3 or $5 a share. And then the upside would have to be garnered in the new company. So if a Microsoft buys Railtown, I think the upside, the massiveness of the upside will get all blended in with Microsoft. So you might miss out on some of it. On the other hand, TELUS, if TELUS bought them, I think you could get huge upside owning TELUS stock if the whole story works out. I'd rather see the stock be bought out at a high price, because then we have what's coming to us. I do think there'll be a bidding war. I don't think the company's going to have much say in the buyout. In terms, and I'm not saying they want to get a low price. I'm just saying they're honest guys. They're going to put it out to shareholders. So I think it's going to, but that's more my call than anything I heard from the company. I've just seen how markets have worked in my lifetime. I could be wrong, but I think that the story and the valuation are going to catch fire, and it's going to be, I mean, it may not go to the really high numbers that I have, but I think it'll go higher than the Lang Chain valuation. But that's yet to be shown. But nothing has changed in the fundamentals. In fact, I'll do it later. But if one sits down and does any estimate of revenue, I've shown you how you can come up with $1 a share in the future in annual revenue, but that's also cash flow. It could be higher, but if you don't like that, even any lower number than that still is huge. 50 cents, 25 cents, still huge. I think $1 is sitting there right in front of you to analyze. If you assume 20% split to the good guys, and that that the revenue from the AI network, AIP network, which Railtown owns, is moved over to TELUS. Of course it is going to be. Again, you don't have to do it the next day. It just has to be projectable. And Dr. Tom Kors said over 100 million out of 125 companies. That's not even all the companies. So call it call it, I don't know, project it. Call it 130 million. It'd probably be 200 million. Call it 125 million. If you multiply that by 20%, and you're going to say, well, you don't know that. I don't know it. But it could be 30%. It could be 10%, you're going to say. Okay, all right. But I don't think Railtown would go through all this for 10%. They'd go their own way. So I like 20%. But yeah, you know, that's why you risk things. But just the AIP network moving over, assuming 125 in annual, they're already spending that money at other hyperscalers, assuming 125 million annually being spent of the companies that transfer over. And remember, that was 125 companies. They have 200 companies, almost. Well, if you get 20% of that to Railtown, that's 25 million a year. And it's all cash flow. And it's growing. That's more than Line Chain was projected to have annually by $10 million. It's more by more than $10 million. Depending on the range of Line Chain was 12 to 16 million annual revenues. Just from what they control will give them 25 million in revenue. Now you can discount it. You say, William, it's not 20%. Well, William, they'll never get their own companies to move over. And Dr. Tom Cord, okay, so call it a different number. But that's the number I'd go with, 25 million. And I bet it gets higher. For 12 months, projectable sometime in the future. And remember, once it's locked in, it doesn't go anywhere. It's there for a decade. It's there for 20 years. That's 25 million. And then you know that the company, TELUS, has announced that their AI-enabled technology is going to grow their revenue from AI from 800 million to 2 billion. Well, one thing you don't know is it all the data center? True enough, I don't know that. Another thing you don't know is Railtown the only interface? You're true, we don't know that. Another thing we don't know is what's the deal? We don't know that. It could be 30%, could be 15%, could be 50%. We don't know. So to allow for that, you know it's all going to move. Well, you don't, I guess, really know that. But I think it's pretty easy to assume that TELUS is going to move everything to its flagship data center. So it's going to be 2 billion 2 years from now. And then it just goes on and on and on and on and on. 2 billion a year. Well, if you assume 20% of that, that's a big number. So what I did is I just took $1 billion. I took half of it. $1 billion. Not 2 billion, $1 billion at 20%. That's 200 million. Add 25 million to 200 million. Annual cash flow, annual profit, annual 100%, essentially. We don't know that for sure either. 100% margin on revenue. Gross revenue will essentially be net revenue. Things we have to learn. So that's 225 million per year. Guess how many shares they have outstanding? They have 222 million fully diluted shares. Outstanding, they have 194 million shares. It's over $1 a share in cash flow, projectable within the next 2 years. Now, it probably isn't relevant to what the hyperscalers pay, but in terms of valuation, $1 a share in revenue, gross, net, cash flow, gives you all sorts of room to play with. If it were an oil and gas company and you just picked a number in a bull market on cash flow, you multiply it by 7. You go higher, go to 10, 12, you can go down to 5, but 7, that's $7 stock using kind of an oil and gas cash flow number. You can use the finger motion number, $2.50 stock. You could use well, you can use Langchain's valuation, although I think that's probably a little inflated. I doubt it is now. But anyway, that was around 80 to 90x, call it 75x. Well, 75 times $1, I mean, I'll let you finish that. That's $75 a share. I don't know that it would go that high, but what do you want to discount it? Half? That's $37.50 a share. You want to discount it by 2/3? That's $25 a share. You could use the SoundHound multiple, which was 35x. I don't know what it is right now. 35x when we looked, based on similar revenue projections, less than that. Well, 35x times $1 is $35 a share. And if you adjust for SoundHound having gone down, maybe it's $25 a share. But you don't like that because it's too aggressive? Take half of that. That's $12.50 a share. You don't like that? Risk it again. Risk it again. Take 2/3 of that off. And you've got a $4 target. The upside in Railtown is gigantic. There is an out of the gate risk. Number one, that data center better not blow up, and all systems have to work, including Railtown's software. Number one, I think they've already passed that test. Two, the company might receive a buyout offer much earlier than when this revenue is projectable. It could happen. We'll just have to cross that bridge. Three, let's say a Microsoft or an Amazon tries to buy the company, or a NVIDIA, they might not be paying attention to revenue, which is something that was explained to me. They might just be more focused on rooster blocking the rest of the companies from getting Railtown. And I guess another thing is maybe the revenues collapse. They don't work. I guess everything's given away for free. Canada becomes joins with Cuba, and there's no profits allowed or something. I don't know. I can't picture it. Railtown is going to enjoy revenue. They're going to enjoy revenue quickly, and it could project rather rapidly higher. So I think being negative, might as well be negative. One interesting thing, if you use 50 million as the market cap on Railtown, and you I don't know, you use the lane chain multiple at 75, that means the market is projecting that Railtown's going to do 700,000 in revenue. I mean, you might believe that. You might believe that's all they're going to do. Eric Bellinger, for me, it's the perfect timing to average down. I agree. Eric Bellinger, let's see after February, March. Yeah, I get the impression that Thales is ready to go. No one said that. But I can't imagine they're not. And I think it's a first quarter thing. But here's the problem. People want proof, and the shorts will continue their games. But that's why I use June 1 as my nightmare scenario, because if, let's say, Thales turns on its data center in mid-February, and they start their, I assume they could start their campaign at the beginning of February. But anyway, let's say they start their campaign at the end of February. What I understand, Eric, and maybe you know better than I do, I don't think it's very hard to get the customers. Telus will contact their own customers by advertisement, by phone, by email, by text, by the monthly billing, by maybe there's a campaign, I don't know, but they're going to be able to move tens of thousands. I get all sorts of different numbers of how many customers they have, but they're going to move. They're going to move just huge quantities of currently revenue paying customers over to Telus. And guess what, Eric? Railtown is as easy as, hey, you're coming to our data center. If you don't want to use Cohere, you want to use something else, let us know. I don't know how that works, but I think they can choose their large language model. But if for the AI software development kit, the ADK, the orchestration frameworks, Thales is in a partnership with Railtown. Who do you think they're going to recommend? I think if I don't know if trying to think of one, if Delta Airlines enters into a partnership with Virgin Air, well, They're not going to recommend flying British Air. So I think what you're going to see, Eric, my point is, I think the NVIDIA data center is built for unlimited scalability. Unlimited scalability. That means rapid scalability. And that's because of NVIDIA. And then I think Railtown had the tools they've built have been built for nearly instantaneous and unlimited scalability. So if for some reason the data center actually got turned on in March, I think you could see a ramp up in revenue from March. That makes the first quarter, our first quarter, their second quarter, revenues look like a reverse ski slope. I this kind of negativity is going to keep people away from one of the most astonishing things they've ever seen, potentially. Now, the risk is we don't know about that revenue. We don't know about the ramp. We like I say, maybe a NVIDIA comes in and makes an offer to buy the company for 300 or 400 million, and for some idiotic reason shareholders vote for it. We'll have to make our money in NVIDIA stock. I hope that the company proves its concept and there's a bidding war and somebody pays 10 or 15 billion or more, 20 billion in stock, and maybe some sort of stub. And I also think in a buyout, there might be other ways we make money. For example, if you think about it, Eric, Constellation Software, their entire model has been to roll up, for lack of better vocabulary, legacy software companies. I'm sure they're all great, but they're not AI. They're not AI. So we know that John Ruffalo and Mike Norbrega came from OMERS, and they funded Constellation Software. One would presume Constellation Software knows about AIP Partners Network. If Microsoft were to buy, or a NVIDIA for that matter, or an Amazon were to buy Railtown, what the hell do they need with a network? Are they going to put people on that project? My guess is if Constellation Software stepped up and said, let's do a 3-team trade, we'll send you stock in Constellation Software, and Microsoft will send stock and cash for Railtown and its IP, and Railtown will send to Microsoft its Railtown company, and Railtown will send to Constellation Software the division. It's in all the news, but they'll send the subdivision, the lower division, the AIP Networks division. They'll send that to Constellation Software, maybe for cash and stock, or maybe for ongoing dividend. Who knows? But if you're listening to these boo birds, you're going to miss out on that. Unfortunately, they're going to keep the pressure on. They either are under pressure because they've sold too much, they're overextended, or they see a real opportunity here because you've got a nutbag on YouTube who loses his temper and he's angry and he needs a haircut but that, look, I have nothing to do with what's coming for Railtown. I have nothing at all to do with it at all. Oh God. Bullish Whisper, Eric Belanger, it's been the perfect time for months. Screaming Will Ferrand is on his apology tour because he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He barely knows what AI is. Well, my guess is I know more about AI than you do. But yeah, I would say that very few people know what AI is. It's depending on who's using the definition. It's everything from data centers to chips to all the things we just talked about and more. So it's going to be an evolving, it's a catch-all phrase right now. And as time goes by, it's going to break into different brand new industries. But for what it's worth, Bullish Whisper, I don't think there's anything that's ever going to be artificial intelligence. That's my opinion. But we'll find out. I don't think computers are going to suddenly have a consciousness or anything close to it. But we'll find out. Eric Belanger. So, Whisperer, what's your point? You can't criticize Bill, of course. You can criticize Bill, of course. But if you drink what he says without making your own DD, you're a dumb investor. He's making a lot of money. They just turn these computers on back and forth, back and forth. It's like mining. It's better than this bunch of dumb fellas making a lot of money. Hey, Red Pepper Rocket. Eric Ballinger, I did my own due diligence. That's why I'm criticizing. Oh, this might be Tony, I guess. I admit I tuned in and took his DD as reason to invest without doing my own. I don't believe that. Once the price tanked, I did my own DD and got the fuck out. See, guys, this is trying to get this message in your head, get you thinking, uh-oh, I better be out of this. Is not hot money. Whatever you've put into Railtown is not hot money. The company is not going away. These people were unsuccessful in destroying the denominator. They did not succeed. They did with Finger and with DBMM and with others. Finger's recovering, but there's a lot in the denominator out in the ether by stock that was sold. And it takes a while to fix all that. But yeah, I'm glad you're out. So I wonder why you're here, Bullish Whisper. As you've told me, I only just now started talking about other ideas. If you got in, which I call you out as a liar, without doing due diligence, you're going to blame me? Okay. And then once the price tanked, you did your own due diligence. That seems back-assward. But then you got the fuck out. What price did you get out at? You're just full of crap. Eric Belanger, Bullsh Whisperer, what's your what's make you got out of Railtown after you did your duty? Yeah, what made you get out of your Railtown after you? It seems like the wrong time to be getting out of Railtown. Now's the time to be buying it. Yeah, exactly, little square. You got it. It is organized and manipulated theft. As long as you understand, and it comes from all directions. And if you're a CEO, the NASDAQ comes and charms you. Your attorneys tell you to do it. And somebody in a nice suit that you, when you touch it, it's so smooth without a tie. And they get you to, they convince you. It's it's completely organized and it's big. It's really big. Dirty Randy. All right, let's listen to Dirty Randy. I know somebody else in the southern climate who apparently says that I didn't speak to them directly, but has told someone I know this same thing. And I think it comes between me and those that listen to that. So Dirty Randy says, William, Railtown is down because we have Corey as CEO. Guy is useless and gives two flying figs about shareholders. That's a fact. Also, we were fed a bad story for an entire year. Well, maybe. Yeah, I mean, clearly, I think I I relied on information. I didn't make it up. In other words, I didn't make up what I was. But I'm not sure. I don't know where the. Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one that thinks. You know, you're not the only one that thinks Corey did a bad job. Um, but I think Corey, who's been developing software since the early 80s, and Marwan, I think they did the most important job, which is build the software early and build it robustly. And it wasn't, it was a heavy lift. It was 2 years or more for rail engine. It was about 2 years for conductor. I don't know what the other one was. I don't remember. So I think they did the hard part. They built it. And they built it early and they built it strong. Um, they bought AIP network, and if I can put two and two or three together, it seems like they probably entered into the AIP network deal before they had any inkling of the TELUS deal. Otherwise, I'm not sure they would have. Well, I don't know. But, I think the AIP deal is a fantastic deal. If you use the numbers I just gave you, which you may not agree with, but Dr. Tom Core said in his interview with Rebecca that the current spend by the network on hyperscalers from 125 companies, not 190, is over 100 million. And if you just assume it'll be 125 million that moves over and use a 20% piece of the revenue for Railtown, that's 25 million. That pays for the acquisition of AIP Partners. 1 year. of revenue pays for AIP partners. But what if I'm wrong? What if the revenue ramps up, including, not that I'm wrong, that's just AIP. What if revenue ramps up from the TELUS side, backwards up the ski slope, from zero coming from TELUS's customers? What if that ramps up to 500 million in shared revenue in a matter of months, and they get 20% of that? It's 100 million. That pays for the Railtown acquisition like that. Of course, it's not directly tied to the AIP, the Railtown acquisition of AIP. But in any event, my point is AIP pays for itself, and forever, every year. And it probably more than pays for itself. So I think it was a good acquisition. But it's likely the reason they bought it was to prove that to get all those customers and to prove that their concept worked. As we know, initially it was going to be about cross-selling and the roll-up. But then they did the TELUS deal. And I think it's the TELUS deal that's delayed everything. And I guess you could blame Corey, but I'm not impressed with TELUS in terms of its news flow. I think TELUS behaves like it's part of the Soviet Union. Everything's equal, and let's get out that we did something good for the baby seal population. Everything has an equal weight in terms of releasing news. But it could be that you're in the middle of a huge chess game. You've got Microsoft, who currently apparently is the largest hyperscaler provider of hyperscaling services in Canada right now. You've got Bell Canada trying to be number one in hyperscaling, but their data centers aren't ready to go. And who knows? I don't know how long it'll take, but they're not ready to go. Maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's a year, maybe it's more. You've got others trying to compete, and of course NVIDIA is everywhere. It's ubiquitous, but NVIDIA is already in the TELUS data center. So TELUS is ready to move forward with the sovereign AI strategy of the whole bloody country. Now, why would TELUS wait? They want to get going, but maybe they didn't want to let out what they were doing until they were sure that the NVIDIA, the stacks and of the NVIDIA chips, and I guess they're double backed or something, and the stacks and the hydropower and the hookups and they've got 3 companies software on it. They're just test running everything. Maybe they wanted to make sure all that worked. Maybe they had to hammer out their deal with Railtown. Maybe they looked at other companies, not just Railtown, and chose Railtown. Maybe they're in negotiations with Cohere and Agentic AI and OpenAI to make sure they have that large language model piece. Maybe they have to run that large language model. First, in May or June, they tested the NVIDIA chips, ran them through their paces, ran the they did everything, but then they had to pick a large language model, and they've been working on that August, September, October. And maybe they just didn't want to put news out that could fall on their face. So maybe that explains, maybe my point is maybe it's TELUS holding everything up. And that's where I would lean with it. I would lean with it that it's TELUS. And I'm not sure anybody that we've been talking to would have known about it. But our anger and our frustration and needing to point, and I'm not saying you're wrong to point fingers, but I'm saying as a group to point fingers, I think we have to remember, and I really mean it, buying is completely absent. The buying that matters is completely absent. News that matters is completely absent. Research absent. And so in that barrel, they can shoot apples. It's easy. And they just walk it down. They keep doing it. My opinion, they have a guy who's currently on Twitter who talks to the company, and they get a little bit of, is like a scout giving a little bit of a warning. They know, as I'm also discussing with you, it could be another 2 weeks. It could be another month. And I like Eric's point. It could be even March. All right, Bullsh Whisperer, Eric, because their main focus is building the company as it should be, but they're not aggressive in keeping the stock from getting hammered. It's not attractive to any big buyers. A CEO should not be spending time manipulating their own stock. That's a misallocation of their time and skills. It's also illegal. You are the ones crushing the stock. It's not inattention from the company. But would you rather that the company came out and rapidly announced, we have this deal, and then somebody from I don't know, Double Eagle ADK company calls up and says, hey, we want that deal, and the next thing you know, it all falls through? No, you got to wait and make sure the hook has truly caught. Um, um, so you don't reel in the fish early. And I don't think you're right on that. And you don't know how aggressive they have or haven't been, but I think the company did two things. Number one, they announced, as they have to, early, that they're going to negotiate to buy AIP Network. You guys start selling it down, your computer starts selling it down to bust that trade, because that's a perfect win for you. A lot of CEOs, even after the stock comes down, the acquiree asks for more stock, they give it to them. And that does what you need, a destruction of the denominator. Guess what? Railtown came in under budget. Railtown said they were going to pay 50 million shares. They paid 49,500,000. It's not a big difference, but they came under budget. You failed in that trick of yours. The second thing is the company did not take toxic financing from one of your fronts. And guess what? The company, the CEO and Marwan, but the CEO's been in investment banking before. He put out with his financing short duration warrants. Such that they've been being exercised. The company doesn't need capital. And in fact, they're coming up next month on a huge slug of cash coming in out of the already accounted for fully diluted share number. I don't remember, but I think it's something like $1.5 or $2 million coming in February. It might be more than that. There's some this month, but I don't think it's anywhere near that. They don't need to do a deal with you. And so I give credit to management for that. But this idea that Railtown should be competing out there in the field with all the hot stocks, like, hey, G-Bucks went from 70 cents to $8, and now it's 3 cents or whatever the hell it is. That's not a Railtown stock, and I hope people don't get caught up in that. Bullshit. Maybe Corey doesn't know what he's doing either. I don't agree with that. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He's still got unresolved regulatory compliance issues. Ceased trade orders for missing filings at companies where he was a director. Oh, I didn't know about that. I'll have to look that up. It's not relevant again to Railtown. Has zero relevancy to Railtown. But I'll try to look that up. Cease trade orders. It's all caused by the pressure you guys put on for missing filings. At companies. They always go after the longs. Where are all the missing orders that you mark long when you don't have the stock, or you mark long, they should be marked short? Where's all your failed to delivers? No one goes after you, so you can be high and mighty. Exactly. Venezuela, the 51st state. Exactly. Canada, the 52nd. Greenland, the 53rd. And Mexico, I wouldn't want to be sitting in Mexico when Rubio becomes president. Mexico will be the 54th. But all joking aside, as a region, we are going to be in a regional struggle, conflict with Eurasia, Russia, sort of that part of Europe that is under Russia, and is under Russia's orbit, and then down into Turkey, and maybe the Middle East is going to be confusing. Maybe that's why there's so many battles now. And then maybe down into India. India is a swing, seems to be friends with both sides, all sides now. But then you got China, and you got North America and Central America. There's big changes ahead. Oh, bullshit. But keep letting a man who barely understands AI go on long-winded rants before screaming at you and blaming women and lawyers and whoever else for a Railtown when he is the one who didn't understand it. Look, if you want to prematurely call the game over, that's fine. And apparently you did. You sold it and you've moved on. The game isn't over for Railtown. The recommendation isn't over. and the results are not in. But for you computerized trading folks, I'm sure there's better places to go play. But my guess is the reason you're here is you've got a big problem delivering stock. But who knows? Maybe you can hide it over in Europe. I don't know. I'm tired of trying to figure out the games you play. The best thing for investors is to make sure they, my opinion, load up on Railtown. Railtown will bring us out of the red into the green and maybe give green that is worthwhile. And later on, if people want to dabble in these nightmares, searching for the next AME, they can. But I think Railtown, the price action in Railtown has the potential over the next 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. But I think it's going to be weighted to the beginning of that time frame of creating, for investors who lost because of the criminal crap you guys do, creating a big enough account that just the income that they receive, they may have to reorient their portfolio, but just the income they receive. Imagine if TELUS bought the company with a 9% dividend, and I don't know what price they'd pay. I asked that. I didn't really get an answer, I don't think, but I think it's clear that my high numbers of a buyout might not be what the company dares to think about. So I could be wrong. But imagine if TELUS came in and paid $10 billion in TELUS stock for our stock. So we got, $45 a share with a 9% dividend. Well, the dividend would probably go down because there'd be more shares out, but call it a 7% dividend on something that I don't even know what 45 divided by 30 divided by 25, 180, 180x. I mean, these are out there numbers, but just imagine. You don't even have to use, but if your portfolio is getting, just using $45 as the takeover at 8%, you'll be getting $3.60. You could be getting 10x every year on this stock price today. Obviously, that is some magical thinking that TELUS is the buyer, that TELUS buys it for $10 billion, $45 a share. They give us all stock, and that the yield remains at 8%. That's some magical thinking. But you get the theory. These accounts could go to a level where just income earned per year will be 10 times what the stock price is today. Now, I'm not promising that. I'm just telling you, if you listen to this guy bullshit, whatever his name is. If you listen to him, he doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about you. And you'll miss out on something that could really change your experience Oh, can't ever find anything quickly. There it is. Chapter 17. The seduction of pessimism. The seduction of pessimism. Optimism sounds like a sales pitch. Pessimism sounds like somebody trying to help you. Bull. He's not trying to help you. He's trying to help himself. Bullish whisperer, enjoy being his therapist while catching this falling knife of his talk and losing your money. He'll call me a short in 3, 2, 1. I don't think you're, if you were a short, you wouldn't have time for this. I just think you're on the junior varsity team. You get your reward probably 2 ways. One, you're paid by them to be a basher, or 2, you just swim along in their wake. You're like a little VW bug when gas prices were high. You slide in behind big, maybe a Mack truck, whatever, one of those trailers on the highway, one of the semis, maybe carrying 2, and you just pull back in their wake and let them pull you along. That's all you do. You may be a day trader. You may be using somebody else's cash to open short positions. I think if that's what you're doing, you're saying you're not a short. But if that is what you're doing, you might be caught, or you're just a day trader. But you're not here to help anybody. E. Ballinger, Bullsh Whisperer, I'm long with Railtown. Come back here in June and we will see. Yeah, exactly. I think if we can all just shift our endurance to June, I think you're going to find a huge surprises sooner. But what I learned in talking with the company, and I think that's why people from Twitter talk to the company, by the way. I don't think there's any imminent shocking upsized news coming. And that's why these guys can keep pressing the stock downward. They do it, it's a tag team. And they can deny it all they want, because technically it's not interesting to figure out who flung what dung. But they know, and now I know, which I didn't. I didn't until, what day was that? A week and a half ago? That's the first time I talked to anybody, gotten any information in weeks. And luckily I talked to the top. But now whoever's doing the heaviness on the stock, they know there's nothing coming tomorrow that they can't handle. They know that the next thing that's going to come is going to be a Canadian news release, but it's probably not going to come tomorrow, and it probably is not going to come for 2 weeks or 4 weeks. So they know they can continue putting pressure on the stock. They learned that by having somebody call the company for them. That's all right. So I can tell you, they know it already. They know the first research is going to probably be capital research. I wouldn't put it past capital research to have people in their organizations who work with the shorts. I have here a list of 125 communists who work in the State Department. I know it sounds like that, but they're everywhere. It's so much money. So Bush knows there's not coming any kind of shock out of the blue. And I don't think any of us should be expecting it. But when it finally comes, and it could come tomorrow, but I think mid-February, 1st of February, soonest for news on that data center. That's what I think. Middle of first quarter. Everybody's on vacation. They're not coming back until maybe this week. But heck, most of them have, up in Canada, you get all the time in the world. They'll probably take this week off too. So I just think we have to be ready to wait. And then if research does not come out strongly, in other words, more than one research report, or many companies, it's possible that we go through another period of time where revenue is kept under the wraps. And it's annoying, but you have to admit it could happen. TELUS won't tell us, and Railtown maybe won't. So the first time we're going to see the effect for sure. The known of the situation, we know we will see an earnings release 45 days after the first quarter, our first quarter. So that puts it at May 15th. Give a week or two to digest, June 1. So I think June might be the worst case scenario in terms of our seeing what happens. But it's funny, good news can fly around just as quickly as bad news. Fear can turn to greed. Greed can turn to greedier. And there can be a rush. So I would not say that Bush Whisperer is and his friends are gonna have a good time for all of the next months. I don't know when it'll end. Akira Nova, this is our year, William. Yeah, except the one thing that bugs me, the 45-year secular bull market may come to a crashing thud this year. So that worries me. Also, the world is heading towards World War III. But what's one to do? You know, what can you do? Look, stop being, I know who you are. This argumentativity tells me all I need to know about who you are. Why are you so argumentative? Everybody here by now, the people have left. Anyone with a different feeling is gone. But everyone here is trying to help each other in this investment. And instead, you come in here like a complete negative piece of turd. Why? What's your motivation? Most of what you say is a lie or is a misrepresentation. But you keep coming. And you even slander Corey Brandolini. Libel him. It's in writing. I'm sure when I look this up, your information is all dated, but you don't care. What are you trying to do, bullsh? I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make a profit on a trade you have out. And you might say it's not a short, but whatever. That's a good answer. Eric Bellinger's answer is even better. Because Bolsh said, Eric, first you said Feb, March, now you say June. You keep moving the needle. Move this, pal. Bolsh whisperer, it'll be even bigger in June. Oh God. Bolsh. There are people on other message boards about Railtown who have called and spoken to the company as well. But William got butt hurt because Tony called. Give me a break. Childish. Maybe. Um, it's also because, well, you don't know. There's more to it than that. I don't particularly care one way or other about Tony. I don't know if there's other message boards people that have called in. No evidence. Rebecca Kurzweil, of course, talks to him. A lot of people talk to him. It's not the point. The point is there's a campaign from we don't even have a correct word to call it, but this computerized cell programming, high frequency, the campaign to steal the entire market caps of junior market companies in Canada and in the United States happens on an industrial scale. And in my opinion, the company talks to those people at their own peril because they get in. Some are gentlemen, some are clearly evil, but they get in. And it's scary for me because it's very destructive, can be very destructive to the share price and to decision making. But their goal is to help the people that have slaughtered the stock. Now, there's another side of it. Well, the stock should just be down here anyway. I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that at all, but that's what makes a market. Maybe Langchain is completely overpriced at $1.25 billion. It's got a product which I believe is inferior at this point in time to Railtown. But part of their product line is meeting a lot of acceptance. In fact, Amazon uses it in their hyperscaler model, but not only. So Langchain is out there, but so are there a number of other companies. I actually take it as a good sign that Corey is talking to everybody, including myself. That means he started a meaningful campaign to get the story out. And as soon as the story gets out, there's going to come a minute where people don't have to listen to me. I'd shut up and move on. The only thing I'll have left to say is please don't treat this like, hey, a win's a win. We called it. We were the ones that said you get in it. All the Johnny come latelys. And then you get out and you may not be able to buy back in if you day trade this stock. I might have to talk about that then, but we'll cross that bridge at that time. But no, it might have been childish to lose my cool. I was angry. people listen to him, but and maybe I shouldn't have said everything I said, that you might be right there. But I have my view about Tony. I believe he works with the shorts. And if he doesn't know what he's doing. And I think anybody that puts a message out to the people on my channel that they should wait 2 years, and that he advised to wait, he's like you. Tony apparently is right in his call. He bought the stock at 48 cents. At 25 cents, 22 cents, he ridiculed me without even doing any due diligence. To me, it's clear who he is and who he works for. But to others, he's a gentleman, and to himself, he's a gentleman. And that's why I really think I've spent a lot of time on this, and I thought it wasn't so much the company. I thought the people advising the company to talk. I don't know. So maybe you're right. Maybe it was childish, but I think it was more than that, more than just childish. But maybe you're right. It was partly childish. Eric Bellinger, why Fed March? Q1 ends December 1. Well, that's true. That's true. Q1 earnings were presented February 28th. I think next earnings will include AIP income. Wow. Yeah, but that won't be a lot, will it? They're not going to roll up anybody. I don't think they make more than around $2 million from the network. But you know what? You're right. It'll include a discussion. Plus, if there's any cross-selling going on, yeah, you're right. That could be pretty big. That's a good point. Eric Bellinger, when Railtown starts talking about dollars, the needle will move. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's an arms race in this space. And, Bush doesn't want anybody to be aware of it. But anyway. Eric Ballinger, Q1 earnings will only be the beginning of a great ride. I agree with that. I think the ride could be very swift upward, leading to a buyout, but it also could be swift and short. In other words, a buyout could come at a lower price. Nobody knows. It's guess game at that. But I think it's clear that Railtown doesn't intend, this is just my editorial, but I don't think Railtown intends to be a unicorn. It'd be fun for us if they did. What if Railtown became the next NVIDIA or the next Cohere or whatever, and just stayed out there on its own? But I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to sell. Which, some CEOs never sell and wait too long. Other CEOs are willing to sell and, hit the bid when it comes. And that's a good way to be. That's a liquidity for the investing. Oh, bull. Then it's go listen to Tony and Patient because they have better info. I didn't say that about Patient. I did say, and maybe that was childish, Tony does seem to Tony has talked to the company all along. I haven't. That was the first time I did. I did talk to somebody close to the company, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, 3 months ago. But I have had a bear of a time getting direct information. But Tony seems to get it. So yeah, I stand by that statement. If you want information, get it from Tony. Maybe it was childish. I don't know who the hell you are. You have time to listen to me? Man. I don't even listen to my videos. Acting like a scorned woman. No, I'd say that's wrong. What kind of professional investor who worked for Morgan Stanley behaves that way? My old office is now Morgan Stanley. Anyway. E. Belanger, bullish whispers. So if I understand it, you're out of the stock. Bullish. Yes. And William is now saying you should look into other things too. No, I haven't said that. I'll take some time. I believe the only stock you should buy right now is Railtown. I do not think you should buy Finger, Nixie, I do not share the view can never find anything. Ever find anything. I mean, you mentioned patient plays. I'm not saying that he has better information, but I do think if people are looking, and that's the context I gave it in, but of course you don't listen. If they're looking for a trade in January, maybe those are areas, those four stocks that patient plays follows. He gave them Nixie, Next Trip, Railtown, and Energy Vault. He calls them nano micro names. And he calls them long-term hold, swing fundamental plays. There's only one I would do out of that, and it's Railtown. I wouldn't touch any of the others. Now, Next Trip, I've spoken with the CEO there, and I understand travel and all that. I like the story, and I think he knows what you guys do. But that's still, I don't know why anyone would spread their money out across stocks that are still vulnerable to your attacks. When Railtown going from 25 cents to $5 gives you 20x. I don't see anything out there that's going to give you 20x in possibly the next 90 days. All the signs are there to jump ship. Fine. Why don't you be honest, Bolsh? You trade. I don't believe you were ever in Railtown, but you trade all the time. This is just a bit of what you're doing. That's not most investors, but you're a flipper. Have fun with it, but you don't have to come here and spread your joy. Oh God, it doesn't end. Bolsh is complaining there hasn't been a hint or news or press release since the meeting on the 17th. Oh my God. Were you born? You're one of those childs that you need to watch TikTok because it's over in 5 seconds. You're saying there hasn't been a hint of news or press release in 2 weeks? 2.5 weeks? God. With all the good business they're doing nothing to get the word out. That's not true. They spoke with Tony for an hour and a half. They spoke to me for 2 hours. You say they speak to a bunch of other people. I don't know. It's holiday season. You are an ornery bastard. Oh, God. Bullshit. Ballinger, wasn't the AIP acquisition 50 cents a share in Canadian dollars? Well, it was 50 million shares with some clawbacks, Canadian. So that's at 50 cents. So it's 25 million Canadian. If you take 75% off that, you're basically at 20 million US. So you pick your number. There's different prices. The stock price is 35 cents now. They have no concern in their stock price value, which is nuts because of what they have as a company. Well, you're making a statement you have no knowledge about. I spoke to the CEO. He's actually a positive guy. He trusts people. But he's hepped up. He's really energetic. He knows what he has. But his goal isn't the stock price. Stop getting people to think that day trading is how to measure a fundamental investment. Stop it. There he is. That's the guy. Barely Social Gator. That's the guy that's predicting. I'm still holding out for 24 cents. Well, it looks like a puny, whatever. It looks like a small prediction now because the stock's 25 cents. But I remember when you made that, the stock was, I don't know, 28 cents, maybe on the bid, so maybe 30 cents. So I think if I had to interpret what you're doing is you're predicting what you guys can walk it down to. On the other hand, you might be a day trader. Remember, the charts are what the computers use. So it doesn't impress me all that much to call day trades. And yes, you guys, and I'm not mad at you, but you guys can look back and say, see, I was right. But you didn't know. You didn't know that something couldn't happen. And next the thing, the stock's $1.20. But going back to my childishness, I don't think I was, but maybe I was. I don't know. But one of the things that bothers me is clearly somebody's been talking to Tony, and I don't know Tony at all. It's not about Tony. It's about talking to the shorts, and he'll say he's not a short, and you'll say you're not a short. Everybody says they're not a short. Who the hell's shorting? But somebody out there clearly understands, and maybe it's not via Tony, maybe it's via Canaccord Genuity, or maybe it's, who the hell knows? But somebody knows that the story, the news, was going to be held up by Thales. I didn't know that. And so I got upset. It really puts me out there with my ass hanging in the wind. And I don't think it's fair. But I don't think the CEO or most people understand that what they're doing they're just making sure something can't happen overnight to mean that they got to come up with money that they can't come up with. As long as everything's gradual and slow, they can deal with it. And that's now how I see Railtown. But I didn't see that, frankly, until I talked with, and I think that was a week ago, a week and a half ago. I now have my own impression. That wasn't the impression I was given last year, though. No, sir. No, sir. So, anyway, I did the best I could. Well, I tried the best. I don't know. I don't know if I did the best I could or tried the best I could. Whatever. Oh, God, this doesn't end. William, you called me a liar when at the beginning of the stream you said New Year gives us time to look at what we're doing in rail time. And I think it's time to start looking at other things. Yeah. I never got, and I had forgotten, I don't use notes when I start. I've forgotten how I started, but I never got to those other things. And what I want people to start preparing for is, in no particular order, I think this year will be the year that the 44-year bull market ends, the secular bull market ends. I think this year or next year, it could be next year. I think the global economy may crash. It's already down, but it may crash this year or next. I think, despite all of that, that the stock market, which I have been early in my calls, but compared, it's amazing to me. I should type this up in a way that makes sense, but I came out with predictions on the market that were high compared to, for example, what David Hunter is saying. And then I raised them, and then he's now equal to or higher than mine. And now I've raised those again. My point is, I also want to talk about the fact that my expectation that the stock market is going to have a blow off top. And in that time frame, people are going to get so excited and think that everything is glorious. I want to start talking about establishing puts against probably the banks, but picking companies that are vulnerable to that collapse that's coming, but we don't know when. It's very hard to pick the top in a roaring bull market. So maybe layering in long-term puts. I want to talk about that. And I'm not saying we have to do it all in one day. But for example, if the market got, I think my target for the S&P now is 10,000, for the Dow 70,000, NASDAQ 40,000. I didn't write down for the Russell, but I had 4,000. I guess I would say for the Russell maybe 4,500. I didn't write down a goal. And I have gold at 5,000 and silver at 120, and I've had that for a long time. And I want to talk about when that happens. That'll be the time to hedge our portfolios by buying longer term puts to protect our Railtown position, or it might by then be a TELUS position or a Microsoft position or somebody. I want to talk about if all of this works. I thought I was going to be building a company, and I'd like to still do that, only maybe on a smaller scale. But I'd like to tie it into the gold company that many people have invested in. And I also want to tie it into, to me, the most exciting oil investment that I've seen. The oil patch is overrun with private equity groups. And the one thing about private equity, I think they were grown up being taught, never only invest with other people's money. There's an opportunity to get in front of 100 million barrels that it looks like I'm not going to be able to do, but I'm not giving up. I just don't know. But there's an opportunity to get in front of 100 million known barrels, proven, for $5 million. And I'd like to raise some money to do that. But my context would be, if Railtown can go do something rapidly, I think it'd be fun to set up a company. And I'd like to use the one that's already been set up. I'm not trying to, exclude anyone or move on from anyone. But set up a company, bring in cash flow from this oil and gas project, which is amazing. And the first mover in it gets a first right of refusal all along the way, and maybe a carry in all the, and 100 million barrels is just the start. It's quite exciting, but it's taking a long time. It would already be funded, I think, if my funding had come in. I use that word, it's not me, but it didn't, and now I don't know where that all stands. So that I'd like to, because we've got 17 million shares. If 17 million shares goes to $10, we got $150 million. And if we could collectively get into and control, like a little private equity group, the next rounds of funding on a gold company who could have $20 billion worth of profits over the next years, just on the proven gold resource. And we could establish cash flow that pays for everything, so that there's no dilution going on. And then that itself could lead to billions of dollars of value. That'd be a fun thing to do. So I wanted to talk about that. It's not something to do right now, but just to get started. I also wanted to talk about and there might be one more, but just to keep the conversation. Well, no, I'll bring it up. There's 3 charities that I'd like to put out there if and when Railtown works. One is a friend of mine in Puerto Rico who still lives here, but I got to know through a museum. Hardworking. She started Friends of Puerto Rico during that hurricane and raised $10 million right away. I mean, she's really talented. But she's started a coffee, I don't know if you call it a plantation, down in, she got remarried, and together they started a coffee plantation. But she started a group that helps young girls in Puerto Rico build their skills, and it's one of the ways is via this coffee company that she started. It's all charitable. I want to talk about that over the next 90 days, and maybe have, I don't know if she would have her on here to pitch. It's great coffee, but it might be a way to help her. I'd like to get that woman who lives in, I want to say Bulgaria, but that might be wrong. I think she's in Bulgaria. But anyway, she has a charity, and she actually does things. She raises money, brings in food, water, clothing, medicine to Gaza Strip. And I actually have a friend of mine also. I'd like to bring those. I might bring those two. I've never spoken to her, but my friend who is quite substantial, I'd bring them on for that. Then the other thing is a guy I met in oil and gas has started a, I forget what he calls it, but he started a very successful nonprofit to help people get into homes in Denver. People who've lost their homes, people on the street, people down on their luck, whatever, people needing someone to help with that. And I forget what it's called, but he's had tremendous success. And he's raising, I mean, it's big now. So I'd like to get him on to talk to everybody. But these are all things we can do over the next 90 days to fill in our time while we wait. Um, uh, then in that, I do think I should talk to people. I've brought it up more than once, but I want to start getting people thinking about what their plans are for this year and next. There's at least a potential that the economy in the United States, although it doesn't feel like we have a strong economy, so I'm not saying panic, but if our economy were to hit a wall and the everything bubble collapsed, a lot of the things you take for granted, you're not going to be able to do. So things like maybe it's time to sell stuff or convert assets that you don't really need, like a second or third home. Maybe it's time to start looking to sell those and put it into gold or put it into silver, put it into platinum. But anyway, I want to start talking about that. And there's one more thing. There's one more thing. Oh, I wanted to talk about NextBridge and people in that and MMTOP. I think people should move their shares and get ready for a success. It may take a long time, but I think NextBridge could really surprise, and I think people should move their shares before there's a rush to do so. I'm probably leaving something out, but and I wanted to talk about what's going on in the world with maybe I won't have time today, but I wanted to go through Jim Rickard's uh, projections, and I would like to go through, now that a few days have passed, go through David Morgan's recent monthly piece. I obviously I can't give all of the detail, but those are the things I was talking about. I'm not a day trader, never have been. So don't fit me into your box. And in terms of Patience Plays, I think he is a good source of information on Railtown, and his point of view is different than mine. So I encourage people to get different points of view, and I think the idea of a January rally, if people like yourself did your due diligence at the bottom, maybe it'll go down another penny. Maybe you don't believe that Railtown will have a January effect bounce. And maybe you buy one of the other stocks or some other stock that you know about. Trade it for 5 days, take a chance that Railtown stays down, that goes up, and you come back and buy Railtown. I think that's getting too cute by half. I think the surprises now in Railtown are going to be to the upside, and in terms of time, they're going to be that things happen much more quickly than people are expecting. This has been a punishing 6 months on Railtown, and I wish I had understood. And I tried, and maybe that showed up in my reaction to finding out that how close Tony has been to the story, and others maybe. But I'd sit out there on my ass thinking things are going to happen, imminently. That's an exact quote, imminently. And nothing happens imminently except the ongoing destruction, which is predictable, that you guys do. So predictable. Anyway, I might have left something out. Those were the things I wanted to talk about. Start looking at other things. That's what I wanted to talk about. I didn't call you a liar regarding that. I do call you a liar that I don't believe you've ever been long Railtown. At least not the way you described it. Oh, God, bullshit. Then you talked about the urgency you had over the summer and playing chicken with your emotions because you thought thing like AIP deal would happen sooner. You can play it back to verify. No, I don't want to play it back. The playing chicken reference, I do remember, at least if I use the same reference twice, that would surprise me. But I said sometimes you have to play chicken with your emotions. Not mine, but yours. In other words, you're looking at a stock that's been down from 69 cents one day on the high, but now at 25 cents on 161 shares closing trade. Manipulation. But the colluding criminals have walked the stock down from that very high where they might have been in trouble. Who knows? I don't care. But they walk it down over 6 months. They could have done it in 2 weeks, but they just do it. Why? Because they want to scrape as much money out of the ore. We're the ore. They drive it down, drive it down, drive it down. So what happens to people's emotions, they get at the end, they get worn out, they get angry, they get scared, and precisely at the wrong time they say, F it, I'm getting out, like you did, because you're an amateur investor, obviously. You didn't do your due diligence, and then you did it at the bottom, and then you got the fuck out, you said. I guess you're just an amateur. Um, 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 so anyway, because then I thought that you're smashing everything around. I did think the AIP deal would happen sooner. I also thought that the AIP deal was relevant to kicking off news flow and buying. It turns out there was something much bigger, deeper in the water, a shadow moving in the river like the anaconda called Tellus. Maybe Tony knew about it. I don't know. I don't care what he did, but I didn't. I didn't know that that was going to take. Well, now it's taking into January. I did not know that. Maybe the shorts did know it, which is why the confidence of keep pressing it down. And that's why I get so angry. Maybe it's childish, but CEOs are stupid sometimes. But it's not their fault. It's not their fault. You guys have this game every which way but 7. If there's 20 ingredients to this game, you have 19 and a half of them locked up. The half of one is a surprise. It's the only thing you can't control is a sudden overnight increase in the actual value of the company or the expected value of the company, either by just a flood of buying or they just hit a trillion MCF of gas or whatever. That's why you stay in touch with a company. And companies give too much information out. Anyway. Bullshit. You talk so much that maybe you don't remember what you say sometimes. I think that's true. I don't always remember what I say. If you rewatch the beginning, you'll see who is the liar, not me. Well, if I don't remember it, I can't be lying. I think you're lying about your trading in Railtown. I think that was a lie. That's what I said. So you just want to argue. It's almost like you come from a certain group of people. All you do is argue. Have fun with it. I don't find gainsaying, it's like that skit. I don't find gainsaying all that interesting. So I know who you are. I know who you are as a concept. Of course, you're not brave enough to put out your name as you libel and slander people. And it should be not I. Snoopy. How are you, Snoopy? Longs can only sell once. That's true. These people sell all the time. Buyers can only buy once. Phil Haynes. A Polish, if you don't believe in the stock, why the hell are you on this channel? We believe in it. If you don't, go somewhere else and talk your bullish on another time. I agree with that. Phil Haynes, I agree with that. D. Waters, grab 4,000 at 25 cents. I don't see that. I don't see that trade. But I only see the last 5 trades. That's an amazing price. I see 3,500 at 25.4 and 500 at 25.4. So maybe that's what you meant. So you bought it at 25. That's amazing. That is amazing. D. Waters, that is amazing. Congratulations. And now you've got, look how much you've got, 84,125. That's amazing. Marty Party. I think the AIP founders are the connection between TELUS and Railtown. Well, then that acquisition and all the delay may have paid for itself. I mean, that's just fantastic. That's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Fantastic. Marty Party. That's fantastic. That really is. Marty says they're not going to let the company get destroyed. Exactly. I agree with that. Oh, there's Ward. Ward, good evening, William and RT crew. Just finished watching the Jensen keynote speech at the CES 2026. All I can say is wow. All right, I'm gonna play that. I want to play that maybe tomorrow. I picked up a hell of a lot of information in the speech. That being said, buy all of the Railtown stock you can until it hurts. Formerly Donna. Hello, Ward. Good news. Ward Richardson. Good evening, Donna. It was a fantastic speech. I watch this every year, and I will share all the info this week. I see D-Wave is up 10% today. Ward Richardson, William, word on the street. RT will not have any passenger cars on their line. It will be loaded with stock cars on the way to pick up a herd of cash cows. I love it. That's great. All right, I'm gonna, now that you're there, and Donna said, I can't wait to read what you post, Ward. I want to go to, now that we're finally at the end. Oh no, first I want to go up here, and I want to go. All right. So Donna, I blocked. I did do it. All right. I want to show you what Ward sent me. And I'm not sure I have the energy to talk about it tonight, but I might. I don't know what that is. All right, let's see what happens. That's very funny. Or it's always great that you, and other people too, but you put a lot of thought in, and you're always positive with your support and ideas. And I don't know if you came to Railtown because of me, but regardless of how you came to it, I think you did and have done, continue to do your own analysis of every aspect of it. And you see the power of it. But I think you see it with a lot of understanding, maybe that I don't even have. and I appreciate that. I don't know, but to me, I do not, and of course, I think there's something like 500 billion-dollar AI companies out there, so there must be other great opportunities. But to me, what I know, this is the only one I know. And I've tried to study it. I threw it to the back of my mind at first. What really got me powerfully interested in Railtown as more than just, it's a trade, was my old office, Morgan Stanley, a friend of mine sent me the video of the Morgan Stanley analyst on I think he called it, I don't remember what he called this phase of AI, but it was all about robotics. And man, it was eye-opening. And I had just finished the previous week watching part of Altucher's promotional on AI, what he calls AI 2.0. And when I put those two pieces together, I was like, my gosh, this is huge. And that's what kind of really got me excited. Nothing to do with Railtown per se, just the magnitude of what's coming. And now they put out the bear market worries all the time. They always do. But anyway, let's see what I have here. I think I got it. So this is what Ward sent me. Let me take his comment down. And I found some of this stuff on my own, but this is what he sent me by Robert Izquierdo. NVIDIA's $65 billion forecast sends a clear message about the AI boom. This is January 3rd, 2026. Key points: the artificial intelligence industry has seen rapid growth, leading to speculation that the AI sector may be in a bubble. NVIDIA has been generating strong sales of its AI accelerators and expects to continue in fiscal 2026 Q4 with estimated revenue of $65 billion. That's one quarter. And when I talk about Railtown being worth $4 or $5 a share, that's $1.5 billion. It's a rounding error. According to NVIDIA's CEO, major platform shifts in technology. And you see that platform shifts? To me, that's Railtown. Major platform shifts in technology are driving the AI sector's growth. NVIDIA, the semiconductor giant, sees wider AI adoption as a necessity. As a necessity. Now, of course, they're talking their own book. But remember that. Maybe they're right. It's going to happen. The artificial AI intelligence, AI sector, has expanded rapidly since ChatGPT creator OpenAI unleashed its AI chatbot near the end of 2022. So really 2023, 2024, 2025. So 3 years. But after several years of phenomenal growth, some onlookers have grown concerned that the entire AI sector and the stocks of the businesses dependent on the technology could be in a bubble. So what might be in store for the AI industry in 2026? One way to gauge the industry's outlook would be to examine semiconductor chip leader NVIDIA. Okay? NVIDIA, my tattooed lady. A look at NVIDIA's fourth quarter forecast. NVIDIA is predicting that in its current quarter, fiscal 2026 Q4, its revenue will hit 65 bleeding, bloody, albatross flavor $1 billion, $65 billion. But what are the implications of that forecast for the AI space more broadly? First, a bit of context. NVIDIA demonstrated once again why it's a leader in the AI sector when it released its fiscal Q3 results. For the period, which ended October 26, it booked record revenues of $57 billion. So last quarter was a record, and this quarter is even higher. Last quarter was a 62% year-over-year increase. The third quarter. For the third quarter. This quarter, it's amazing. With that for context, the forecast of $65 billion in Q4 sales shows that revenue growth is accelerating. It's guiding for a massive 65% jump from the prior year's period's revenue of $39.3 billion, which was a record at the time. NVIDIA's updated Q4 sales growth demonstrates the stupendous demand for its data center solutions is not slowing down. Demand for infrastructure continues to exceed our expectations, said CFO Colette Kress on the earnings call. In fact, NVIDIA's AI chip platforms, Blackwell, and its successor, Vera Rubin, which is set to launch in the second half of 26, are experiencing strong customer orders. Quote, we currently have visibility, listen to this, to $500 billion in Blackwell and Rubin revenue from the start of this year through the end of calendar year 2026. Kress also said on the call. I hope she doesn't take over the company. Here's a chart. NVIDIA's rebuttal to the idea of an AI bubble. Given NVIDIA's outsized success, it's no wonder the company's stock rose by about 39% in 2025. But that kind of speedy share price growth has contributed to the concerns about the valuations in the AI market. CEO Jensen Huang directly addressed these concerns on the fiscal Q3 call stating, quote, "There's been a lot of talk about an AI bubble. From our vantage point, we see something very different," unquote. And who would know? A bunch of nattering nabobs of negativity, or Jensen Huang? He went on to explain how AI is enabling 3 major platform shifts that will power industry growth for years to come. The first shift is that legacy technology, here's number 1, legacy technology is no longer sufficient. Do you hear that? Number 1, legacy technology is no longer sufficient and requires an upgrade. This much older architecture must transition to accelerated computing to deliver the parallel processing horsepower needed in the AI age. They all got to move to that NVIDIA data center with Railtown on the top. They'll come for NVIDIA and the cheap power, and they'll stay for Railtown. Next, number 2, is the transition to the generative AI era. That is I think the large language model. But anyway, next is the transition to the generative AI era ushered in by ChatGPT. Governments and businesses are pursuing this breakthrough technology. So it doesn't matter what you or I think. The money's coming. Finally, number 3, the emergence of agentic AI. That's Railtown. Generative might be too, but agentic definitely is. AI alongside real-world applications. That's Rail Engine. Dubbed physical AI and encompassing robots and self-driving vehicles is just getting started. This level of AI usage, according to Wang, quote, "will be revolutionary, giving rise to new applications, companies, products, and services," unquote, all on top of the TELUS data center, at least in Canada, all on top of NVIDIA engines, at least in Canada, all on top of hydropower, at least in TELUS's case, all cheaper than anywhere else, at least in TELUS's case, all on top of probably Cohere's large language model, and all on top at the icing on the cake, at the top, tippity top, the critical interface between the user and even creating these new applications, companies, products, and services, sits Railtown, in my opinion, at least in Canada. As it relates to TELUS. Are NVIDIA and AI destined for multi-year prosperity? Wang's viewpoint is backed up by the performance of other AI businesses. For instance, OpenAI's weekly use base has grown to 800 million in 25. That's an incredible increase from 300 million the previous year. News reports note that AI company Anthropic is projecting an annualized revenue run rate of $9 billion for 25, up from $1 billion at the start of the year. And it's said to be expecting its run rate to skyrocket to 26 billion, a run rate. Let's just for kicks and giggles. I have no idea if Railtown can get to 26 billion annual revenues. But let's just look at that. What would you what would a company pay for an annual run rate of 26 billion? Would you pay 26 billion? Probably. But you certainly pay 2.6 billion. Guys, what if Railtown got to 1 billion? No, let's say it differently. Say that. What if Railtown got to 1 billion in its run rate, projectable? What if it got to 26 billion? Look, those are all dreams right now. I know. These examples explain why AI industry forecasts predict a year of spectacular growth, not craptacular, spectacular. According to a report from the UN, the global AI market could expand by a whopping 25-fold. So that data center isn't going to be purging or purloining or poaching revenue from other data centers within the TELUS system, although initially maybe. It's going to come onto the TELUS data center, and that market is going to expand. There's a lot of room for Langchain and Railtown. The global AI market could expand by a whopping 25-fold within a decade. Look at this number. From 189 billion. If Railtown were to create revenue out of 189 billion, at 1%, they just capture 1% of that, they'd be doing 1.89 billion in revenue. What if Railtown, sitting on top of data centers worldwide, simply got %1 of 4.8 trillion? What if Railtown captured 1%, sitting on top of data centers throughout the world, 1% of 4.8 trillion? I know it's a nonsense comparison. They do 48 billion in annual run rate. Look, the point isn't that Railtown's going to be a unicorn. Microsoft will see I think Microsoft buys Railtown. Microsoft will see these numbers and buy Railtown, and then those revenues will go inside of Microsoft. So the global AI market could grow to 4.8 trillion by 2033. Not all businesses touting AI capabilities are going to succeed over the long term. But in NVIDIA's case, it has positioned itself to be a central player in the AI industry with strategic investments in OpenAI and Anthropic, and investing in ongoing advances in its own AI offerings, such as Vera Rubin. Well, that's all. That's all it writes. All right, I had more, of course, to talk about, but I'm not going to do it. I've kept you to 7:20. Go get something to eat. I blocked that guy, Bullsh, whatever his name is, Whisperer, and I'll add up these numbers. Thanks for listening. I want to try to spend the next 90 days working hard to prepare not only to experience what could be good with Railtown, but prepare for what we're going to be doing for the next period of our lives. And that may be investments, but it also may be as simple as getting ready for an economic bust. As I hope it doesn't happen. I mean, we have a remarkable economy. Anyway, 48. Oh no, sorry, that's not what I wanted to read. I wanted to read this. William, please watch the Genshin speech. Oh, I will. So anyway, thank you for tuning in. And Ward says 2026 will be a major shift in the AI industry. And there's the thing. That means there will be some people shaken off. You know, I don't think it'll happen. I think LangChain's going to be successful, but I just don't have many names on the tip of my tongue. But it's possible a company like LangChain flames out and fades down, but I don't think that'll happen. Pick a different one. I just don't know names. But that's what'll happen. Some will go and some will drift away. Some will be purchased and do nothing. Others will, like GitHub is purchased and you hear about it. But how many other companies did Microsoft buy you never hear of again? It'll be that kind of process. But you know what's interesting to me, Ward? And I just don't think people are grasping it. I think you do, because you live out in Northern Virginia, I think. But the huge computer, which is a data center, the parallel processing, the GPU, all that, it's just a big, huge computer. To make that effective in this AI industry that's coming, robotics, maybe quantum computing is part of that, I don't know. But robotics and basically taking all the data that's been gathered and giving it a real use in our lives. It depends on NVIDIA. It depends on the processing power, but also not using too much of it, being efficient in that processing power, which means making sure the software is state of the art. It doesn't go in endless loops. It doesn't get lost. It doesn't crash, because that costs more time and it's going to be expensive in these data centers. It's going to require large language models, which seems to be a space well spoken for. But these two guys at Railtown, Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad, got together 6 years ago and said, you know, why don't we address this area of software development and software developer teams? Why don't we do it early and be ready? And that's what they did. And they were early, so they had to go public. And then they came down here. And that's a blessing and a curse. The curse is what we're going through right now with finger pointing, and I've done some myself. And the anger about the stock being down and all that. But luckily we've learned, because it's happened in all these other stocks. We know that. We know that's what happens. But the blessing is we can buy the stock. Look, people were paying these prices to invest in Railtown in private placements, or similar prices anyway, years ago. But we can buy it now at those prices because of the chicanery of the criminal clack of counterfeiters. We can buy the stock at, depending on your definition, the seed valuation or maybe the Series A valuation of a company that's further advanced than LangChain. It is further advanced than LangChain. You just haven't heard about it yet. But more than that, I don't know why I have such a hard time getting it across. Lang chain is out proving itself spectacularly, and there even AWS sees a use for it. But who on the planet has the contract, the hookup, the link up with the Canadian telecom, who has also had some vision and built the first sovereign data AI factory and already purchased, built, and placed in the racks and the NVIDIA? It's all ready to go. They've already tested it. It's the first, and as far as I know, the only one in Canada. There'll be more. There'll be more. Just as Canada's doing a sovereign AI campaign because they hate Trump and they want to make sure that data stays and IP stays in Canada. Little do they know we're just going to take the whole state. But no, just kidding. And I think it'll be Cohere. I don't know what Cohere trades for. I mean, I suppose there's probably a trade in Cohere. You could go buy it for $158, $162, and watch it go to $300. I mean, I suppose that's a trade. But you could. Cohere will benefit from it. But imagine, Ward, imagine if Railtown, which is what I think, we got to find out. But remember, I took $2 billion and cut it in half. Just imagine if Railtown gets the majority of the business that comes through that data center and proves the concept of its suite, rail engine, conductor, and rail tracks. They're not proving their product one customer, one company at a time. They're proving it to 100,000 companies all at once. They're proving it to TELUS all at once. And TELUS, if I recall correctly, is like the 59th telecom, or its data center is 59th in the world. Something like that. The universe that Railtown is suddenly going to be the darling of, or could be, is all the data centers in the world. And then you're not having to go after every company. Those companies come to the data center. They're going to, in Canada and maybe in the United States, they're going to come to the TELUS data center for the cost savings, for the speed and efficiency of the NVIDIA chips, maybe Cohere, and they're going to stay for Railtown. Guys, and the switch, let me see if I have that picture there. That's what you pull up, TELUS sends whatever, you pull this up, you're going to be bundled in with Railtown. You can do the free, the team, the business, or the enterprise. Click, 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 you're signed up, you're good to go. I'm telling you, this is going to happen so quickly. It's like this long wait, hurry up and wait, and then something's going to happen. And if we listen to all the negativity, and I know I've been part of it, so I got to accept responsibility for that, we're going to miss out. And that toadish looking thing, he's probably right. He'll get it to 24 cents. But if he does, just if you can, buy more. Ward said, Ward said, buy all the Railtown stock until it hurts. I agree. I agree. And it does hurt. It does hurt. All right. So anyway, I'm going to sign off. I wish everybody a good night. And who's D-Water? Champs. Okay, I'll make sure you're not double counted. I might have done that. Champs is here. I don't know why I'm not seeing that. I might have double counted. So there might be a drop. There might be a drop in our number of shares, but thank you for letting me know, because that's Champ is here. Because I don't think I found D Waters. So thank you. 84,125. Thank you for letting me know. So we're probably tomorrow going to be under 17 million. But that's all right. I don't mind. I'd rather have a reasonably, well, maybe not. Maybe not. We might not be, because we're 17,095,000. So we just won't be a lot over 17 million. But thank you very much, Deschamps. Deschamps is here. Deschamps is everywhere. All right. Thank you. Peace to everyone.